15 Ways to Fix the World by Richard Hart. Introduction. You see things everywhere that can and should be better. It's a world ripe for improvement. If the world has changed, but what you're doing hasn't changed, you're messing up. The world is entirely different, more different than it's ever been, well, perhaps in the future direction. In the past, maybe the volcanoes and dinosaurs were more different than now. But the education system has not changed a bit. Neither has politics. Lots of things with lots of momentum and too many committees to pivot haven't changed much. One example is that we have improvements in voting technology and voting hasn't changed. Apparently, there's a guidebook from the CIA on how to cripple a company you work for by bike shedding it, where you get as many people on a committee as possible and try to have them argue about the smallest of items. There's even a law named after the way that committees fail, called the law of triviality. Whereas the scope of a project gets larger and larger, the arguments will increasingly be about smaller and smaller parts of it, because the giant numbers are so big that no one has anything to say about them. But smaller items they are used to dealing with are easier for them to get a handle on. This law was first noticed when they were analyzing how the building process went for a nuclear reactor. Not so many arguments about the reactor, lots of arguments about the color of things. Chapter 1, Marketing. The Tragedy of Marketing. How many truly important things do you see advertised? How tragic that the scams can afford to penetrate your consciousness, but the genuine and useful things cannot. Have you ever noticed how on airlines, the magazines are all about places where they can take you? Exotic, faraway destinations that cost the maximum amount to travel to. Coincidence? How many wholesome and good things really get advertised? Amplifying our misguided and basal human nature by supernormal stimulation isn't healthy for us as a species. To exaggerate the idea, what if we started marketing crack instead of combating it? Isn't to some degree the marketing of terribly unhealthy things similar? Advertising for people to do the wrong thing via perverse incentives. If you're advertising for people to do the wrong thing, you're killing the Mother Earth that birthed you. You're killing the system you live in. You're making the world you live in a worse place. To some degree, those actions will come back to you. Probably nowhere near as close to the profit you make on causing them, sadly. That's the tragedy of the commons. If somebody gets to externalize the cost of destroying the environment and make extra profit, that's a great idea for them. Marketing as pollution. Save yourself lots of time by not reading news stories, especially news stories that trigger Bertram's law. When the headlines include words like could, might, maybe, is this, etc., it's going to be a filler story. Because if it had more meat, they'd lead with the meat. Forget about all those stories. They want you to spend more time on site. You should want to spend less. They want you to spend money on things you don't need. You should spend on things you do need. They need you to watch. And you like conflict, violence, us versus them mentality. If it bleeds, it leads. Politically, it's maximization of conflict and minimization of agreement. This is the definition of polarization, which makes compromise and progress harder to achieve. Hell, where they can't find the conflict they want, they'll just misunderstand or misportray the situation or arguments to create a conflict. Oftentimes, however, one party is so wrong that any compromise would be bad. For instance, war. What if half of Congress wanted to go to war and the other half didn't want to? Should they half go to war? Better to win and win fast or not go at all. This is the reason you have photo slideshows on the internet when you have to click next instead of just scrolling. They don't get to inflate their page views if you scroll instead of click. This is why you have advertisement buttons as close as possible to other things you actually do want to press, because sometimes you will slip and they will make money on it. This is why when you open your magazine, ads fall out of it, so you have to pick them up and see them. This is why commercials are louder than television shows and why there's so many commercials. Ever have the privilege of watching the same commercial 10 times during a broadcast on the internet because they couldn't sell enough inventory to have another ad to show you? It's not so fun. These marketing people are making the world a much worse place. They waste your time, show you the worst versions of the world, and inspire you to do nothing but spend as much time watching as possible and spend as much money as possible on whatever garbage they're promoting. Ever notice websites get worse and worse to navigate? Instead of optimizing for the best possible experience, say on a large screen, they optimize for what most people use, which is a terribly small screen. Sites that used to show lots of content at once, where you didn't have to hit page down 100 times, now you have to hit page down 100 times, and even worse, click next and wait, or even not use a button called next, but a button called older. Listen, website, it may be older to you, but since I read left to right and top to bottom, it's actually next to me and newer to me because I just detected it. Focus on me instead of you. Next, not older. Make everyone's lives easier. Let's all use next and back instead of whatever proprietary special idea you have. Marketing has giant cultural effects. People think Santa traditionally wears red because of Coca-Cola. No. It's widely believed that today's Santa wears a red suit because that's the color associated with Coca-Cola, but this isn't the case. Before the Coca-Cola Santa was even created, Saint Nick appeared in numerous illustrations and written descriptions wearing a scarlet coat. However, it is true that Coca-Cola advertising played a big role in shaping the jolly, rotund character we know and love today. In 1931, Coca-Cola commissioned Swedish-American artist Haddon Sundblom to paint Santa Claus for the company's Christmas adverts. Prior to this, Santa had been portrayed in a variety of ways throughout history. Tall and gaunt, short and elfin, distinguished and intellectual, even downright frightening. Sundblom's paintings for Coca-Cola established Santa as a warm, happy character with human features such as rosy cheeks, a white beard, twinkling eyes, and laughter lines. This grandfather-style Coca-Cola Santa captivated the public, and as our adverts spread globally, the perception of the North Pole's most famous resident changed forever. Diamonds in wedding rings. Although the tradition of giving a ring to the woman who has promised to become your bride goes back centuries, diamond engagement rings are a relatively recent innovation. Diamond engagement rings first became popular in the 1930s. By 1965, 80% of all new brides in the United States sported one. In the 1930s, when demand for diamond rings declined in the U.S. during hard economic times, the De Beers Company began an aggressive marketing campaign using photographs of glamorous movie stars swathed in diamonds. Within 3 years, the sales of diamonds had increased by 50%. In 1947, De Beers launched its now classic slogan, "A diamond is forever." Listicles. Sticking a number in the title of your book works from a marketing perspective because people think, if I read this, I'll have a pretty complete view of what's going on in this area that's important to me, so let's grab it. Imagine if the title was more accurate, such as 40 of the millions of good strategies to gain power, or 7 of the hundreds of good habits successful people have. Sales would fall. Marketing headlines. There exists an endless sea of brand marketing with no ability to capitalize on it. I saw an advertisement for a high-rise building in Miami. No phone number, no address, no city. In an in-flight magazine, it was quite the sight to see in a full-page ad. What could their highest and best outcome of that advertisement be? The humor value I get from laughing at it? Why great ideas fail to spread. In order for an idea to spread, it needs to be able to fund its own virility. The reason that we see so many more advertisements for useless crap is because people are willing to part with their money for useless crap much more than they are to part with their money for useful things. It's rather the tragedy of the commons. In practice, the useless crap that you buy off the for sale on television advertisement is better than the money that you give to a charity. What? How could that be the case? Easily, because the useless crap starts to pay for itself instantly, whereas the donations to a charity may never benefit you ever at all. The question becomes, how can we have useful and meaningful things occur when each person's donation to the whole is so small as to be barely recognizable? Interestingly enough, money is only one part of the equation. A lot of movies are made for hundreds of millions of dollars and no one watches them, and if they did watch them, they actually sucked. So having money is one part of the equation. Having a good message that matters, that pays them benefits from following it, that's the other half. Lots of money with a message that no one cares about or is false or harmful, it should be burned money. But a great idea that no one ever hears about, well, that isn't good either. Never building for just one time. Make it a kit and let others benefit. Spreading great ideas is a catalyst for all invention and progress. Cross-pollinating specializations, different attitude types, and different ways of looking at things leads to paradigm breakthroughs more easily. Having the courage to try more things, asking how you can do things 10 times bigger, faster, larger, throwing in a number, small number, and zero, see where the math goes. Getting maximum value out of all the abilities the cellular phones have now. Distributed anonymous companies. Sales is motivation for the globe treated as a single person. Motivation is personal sales. You are selling yourself to do things as the world uses marketing to motivate it. The individual and the group of individuals that are the globe have many things in common. It could be a fallacy that the parts are the same as the whole and the whole is the same as the parts. However, I think it's more useful than it is confusing, at least how I understand it. I wonder what other amazing breakthroughs have a common theme. Nanotech? Moore's Law and all the things that will become less expensive because of it? Replacing human memory requirements with creativity, since Google and books do an amazing job of normal memory retention now. Diminishing returns. I think Peter Thiel's perception that we've made great progress in the world of the bit, but not very much in the world of the atom, is similar in effect to the problem we've had with robotics and face recognition. The things that we've had the longest time evolving seem very easy to us. However, they're actually not easy at all. The things where you get the fastest and most progress are the things that are brand new. And after you pick the low-hanging fruit, you discover that it's not that you were really awesome that caused all the progress, it's that the tree hadn't had its fruit harvested yet. We are hard into diminishing returns in the world of the atom because we've been working on atoms for so much longer than bits. Now, to hedge this statement, you're not going to get progress unless you have people working hard on a thing, and lots of them. So it's probably also the case like a dying company, where they don't have the same income they used to. So what is the first thing they cut? Their marketing budget. The one thing that could save them, they get rid of first. I think you could see the same kind of effect when an industry turns out to be super hard, like nuclear fusion. Instead of amplifying how many people attack it, they get reduced, because the risk that it takes more than your lifetime to achieve something, and you only get one lifetime, is too much of a sacrifice for many. Idea distribution. What ideas can be said to be available and promoted for free? You could say it's religious ones, because they print Bibles and move them around doing missionary work. You could say that in socialist countries, and maybe there are some countries that do it that aren't socialist, that the government pays to give people free education. But when you see where the government actually got their money, by force, from other citizens, it's a forced redistribution of wealth between the citizens that create the wealth by the people that don't actually create the wealth. They just help create the framework that allows the wealth to be possible. Yes, governments are still viable, but let's not pretend that they're the biggest job makers or even close to it. We'll still, for the purposes of this argument, call free government education free. Why doesn't the government just buy licenses to books that are affordable and send an email to everyone on the planet with a link to all the free books, or include them as an attachment, or send them on a CD or a USB stick? Why doesn't the government perform its function, which they have declared as making a better world through education? In some countries, you can get free education no matter where you're from. You need only apply. As an American, it's very hard to believe that. It's like crazy talk because in America, you really have to fight for what you have. It feels really weird when you get things for free, or what seems to be free, on a cursory analysis. I pose you that question. Why is it that if the world becomes a better place when these better, superior ideas that people are not born with are taught about and educated about actually use? It's quite affordable to buy an email list or a snail mail mailing list or a billboard. All of those things are very affordable for a nation state, nearly any nation state. Why is it that you don't see them promoting what they claim to spill is so important in this education? And this adoption of Western values and Western ideals, that there's equality and women should have the same rights that men have, all of these awesome things that don't actually get adopted as ideas in the rest of the world. Why aren't they putting their money where their mouths are and spending money on media distribution and marketing to make the world a better place? If the nation states don't have the balls to do it, then maybe the philanthropists have the balls to do it. I want to see a marketing movement of people that care about today's reality and tomorrow's future, spending money making the world a better place by spreading those ideas. Particularly given the fact that there's nearly nothing in the world cheaper to spread than an electronically distributed idea. It doesn't cost much to get visitors to your website, and it doesn't cost much to send emails. It doesn't cost much to do lots of mass media marketing. It probably costs even less when people will take a reduced rate because you're basically a charitable endeavor trying to make the world a better place. As a matter of fact, there is a special concession in the law that allows you to call people and email people with permissions that businesses couldn't. As a business, you can't just spam everyone you want and call everyone you want. You have to subscribe to a do not call list. There's all these things you have to do, but as a charity or a politician, they're exempted from some of the same requirements. Considering the fact that it's probably cheaper to negotiate a deal by the marketing, you have a more relaxed regulatory environment in order to execute the marketing, and so many amazing ideas are off patent. They're already in the public arena. I once read a design book by a guy named Franz Sales Mayer. It's a 120-year-old book. It's called A Handbook of Ornament. It was originally in German, and even being in a different language and all, it's amazing. It's absolutely fantastic. Having looked at lots of design and art and architecture, I really haven't seen anything much better than what I saw in his drawings. I thought, wow, that's amazing from 120 years ago? I think that you would find the same ability to spread amazing ideas that are off patent, off copyright. If you couldn't, it's probably still a good idea for you to financially reward the creator of whatever today's best ideas are and spread that. Like a book writer will write a book for $200,000. When the publisher gives him that money, then maybe the government can give $200,000 to an amazing author and have an amazing state-sponsored, state-owned book that they now can spread to make the world a better place. So let's see governments and philanthropists and forward-thinking people put their money where their mouth is and start to make an impact in the world. The same way those businesses do through marketing, through messages, through mnemonic, through color scheme, through product placement, through having a halo idea, through unique benefit statements and limited time offers, and associating with successful people. Proof by peer, or the more fancy version of saying that, social proof. Let's see that happen. It doesn't cost much money. What does a government spend on a dumb idea in a year? Oh my lord, the numbers are in the millions and billions. This is a great way to get scale, a great way to do public works, a great way to make the world a better place where currently the only people shoving ideas down your throat for the most part are trying to scam you out of some money doing something that's probably not that great for you. Chapter 2, Education. How many good men and women are wasting their lives away? How many people are sitting doing manual labor that a machine should be doing? Is this the meaning of life? To go to school so you can become the world's worst version of Google, spitting out half right and half wrong facts when queried? Can we please stop pretending that it is the mission of our education system to make automatons? Or is it actually? I guess the system was created during the Industrial Revolution and hasn't changed much since. Learning useless stuff. We have limited time in this world, and every minute we spend learning the wrong thing is a minute not spent learning the right thing. What are the right things? Well, if you were to survey all the people that have ever been through an education system and superhumanly discover all of the things they learned that they not only never used, but forgot, or misremembered or misunderstood to the point of being dangerous, average all that stuff out and stop teaching it. Stop wasting everyone's time, please. There are things in this world that aren't useful. Every snowflake isn't special. Sometimes you need to take all the snowflakes and shovel them off your window so you can see the road. If you want to spend some time picking out useless garbage that is taught commonly in schools all around the planet, it's really, really easy to do so, sadly. Is our children's time not valuable? Have they mastered so many great ideas and skills that we have the free time to force them to learn useless trivia? Our education system should be entirely revamped. If you learn something, such as the order of the planets from the sun and their names, yet 10 years after you learn it, you can barely remember their order and perhaps their names, of what use is it to learn them so specifically in the first place? It's unlikely that you will need to be making a left turn at Mars on your way to get groceries in your spaceship anytime soon. As such, I find it roughly impossible to derive any value from knowing their order in the solar system compared to my own. Really, even knowing their order, if it were important somehow, shouldn't we know their distances as well? I mean, if this piece of information is worth learning, might we at least do it the right way? Do you remember the capitals of all the states in the United States? Have you had to go to or send anything ever to even 10% of those places in your entire life? Hell, functionally, what even is the use of this capital? When you think of Florida, do you think of Tallahassee, population almost 200K, or Miami, population 450K plus? Why are we teaching kids to memorize Tallahassee instead of Miami? Why would we prioritize this state capital status over the GDP, or available jobs, or growth, or any possible metric that a young human might actually care about? And instead teaching this literally trivial crap, in that you may only care about it if it shows up in a trivia game. Imagine if I set the bar even lower and chose the capital of a smaller state, perhaps Montpelier, Vermont, with its roughly 8,000 people. The list of useless or never used chunks of information you are forced to learn in traditional education systems is absurd. I believe that if you replace useless knowledge with useful knowledge, it would be of great benefit to not only those doing the learning, but those doing the teaching as well. In Plato's The Republic, it is suggested that there are 3 classes of people in society. They educate those classes differently, and then they assign standard time frames to those education periods. Why on earth would you teach all your students on the same time frame? That's quite stupid. There's some people that are ready to be professors at the age of 18. There's some people, most, that will never, ever be ready to be professors. How tragic would it be to use some artificial timing that has nothing to do with the student, and nothing to do with the update of science, and nothing to do with the update of education tactics, right? Kids know their time is being wasted with useless knowledge. Kids know you're wasting their time. They know they're never going to use this stuff. If you're too stupid to come up with an example that's compelling to them when they should use it, then you're dumber than they are because you don't realize that you're wasting their time. Stop wasting everyone's time. There's enough to learn in this world that's actually useful to learn. Teach them that. If you have an hour of math and an hour of history, an hour of home ed, where's your hour of motivation? Where's your hour of visualizing the future? Where's your hour of finding something to care about? Where is your hour of planning and dreaming something that spices you up? Where is your hour of the amplifier and multiplier? Where is a link in the chain that will make any of those other 6 or 7 hours of school worth anything? Teaching people things they will never use, or teaching people things that they could use if they cared, is only as useful as the caring. No caring, no using. You're amplifying the strong part of the chain, not the weak part, and a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. We have a motivation problem, and they don't teach that in schools. We do not have a knowledge problem. We do not have an education problem. We have a desire, will, motivation, and discipline problem. It needs to become a class, and it needs to have a curriculum, and it needs to be taught. People need to get degrees in it. You should be able to meet someone without having to go through some esoteric business training class, without having to go through some religious experience. Liberal arts degrees and the education system. Everyone gets these liberal arts degrees and goes to a liberal arts college, and no one knows what liberal arts means. I thought I knew because I went to college for a while, and I was around people that went to colleges, and I thought that it was like applying butter to a piece of bread. You know, I liberally apply butter to bread because it tastes good. It turns out that in reality, in the term liberal arts, the word liberal means free. They made it up a long time ago, sometime around 400 BC, when they decided that the trades such as building, farming, shopkeeping, and things like that were for idiots. Those were the lowest things you could learn. A free man that had his own freedom and wasn't a slave should learn awesome things, and they categorized 7 awesome things into a set of 3 and a set of 4. The set of 3, the trivium, those, believe it or not, that's the root of the word trivia. They didn't even like those things. You might understand it as reading, writing, and arithmetic. They understood it as grammar, which is getting data in, logic, which is manipulating the data, and rhetoric, which is speaking the data and getting the data back out. They didn't even look up to that. That amazing input processing output system, they didn't even like that. That was just where you started. And where you were to end up was the 4 things that they actually liked. Now, mind you, I just told you 3 of the 7 things that are considered the liberal arts. Notice that they're not building, they're not engineering, they're not business, they are not medicine. They're not the things that are the most useful things in the whole world, but they think that they're the most important. The entire education system was designed 1,000 years ago. The entire education system is designed around a decision that was made a couple thousand years ago. That is just wrong. The world we live in today is not very similar to the world that we lived in then. Business, medicine, and the things that people look down upon, now those are the important things. The things that they thought were important, such as philosophy, we've kind of got most of that stuff figured out. We don't really need more people in that area. If you don't think we've made diminishing returns in the philosophy area, there's 200,000 people a day dying right now. What percentage of those people are dying from a lack of philosophy? They're dying because their bodies are rotting and falling apart. That's 200,000 people a day, and one day soon, you'll be one of those people. If you don't want to be a rotting piece of meat, a walking corpse, less than a blink of an eye geologically, then you should be focused on things that get you to stick around a little bit longer. If you find yourself following the suggestions of thousands of years old dead people who optimized for a world that they lived in that is not very similar to the world that you live in, you are messing up. If you're taking liberal arts understanding that the choices, the false choices, the artificially restricted choices that you get to choose from in regards to your curriculum exist because some idiot decided that music and philosophy are near as important as engineering and medicine, and that was what they decided to call the free arts, the liberal arts. Here's the points to summarize. I understand what the liberal arts are. It's a judgment call. It's an artificial restriction of your choices that you think you're getting a wide, balanced, well-rounded education, when in reality you're being crippled, being taught the least valuable information that you can learn, being taught things that you will find the least useful possible. We've had all types of bubbles in this world. We've had bubbles in housing, we've had bubbles in stock markets, and now there's a bubble in the education system. And bubbles, unfortunately, human beings psychologically don't react well to them. We are very okay with increases in pay. We're okay with increases in quality of life. We're not very okay with decreases in pay and decreases in quality of life. It's called the Keynesian ratcheting effect in economics. Just like a ratchet turns really easily one way, doesn't turn so easily the other way. When you have a bubble in education because people have forgotten why education exists, education is not supposed to be babysitting at the collegiate level. Education is not supposed to be learning for learning's sake, and if it ever was, that was a bad decision, a bad design. There's a better way to live. I believe in utility. I believe in SciVivors. This is what I feel liberal arts education and much of what the education that exists in the world is. It's learning the names of things and learning that they exist and never deriving useful value or getting any type of actual benefit from that learning. Learning to learn for learning's sake so that you can say you did and take a regurgitated test where you puke facts back on the paper the same way that you received the facts in the first place, and then rapidly forget that crap because you never ever use it again in the real world. What could be worse? What could be worse than convincing someone that to be a good person in society and to be useful in a society, they need to learn things that don't matter and understand them in a way that's not useful, only to forget them again when their life and their consciousness and the supporting of their family and the obtainment of their goals revolves around all of the things that you excluded from their education. Education, teaching useful stuff. No one teaches you how to pay your taxes, how to not get scammed on eBay, what fashion looks like, or how to defend yourself in a fight. Self-defense should be part of school. Personal finance, personal presentation, how to be a good friend, how to be fair to yourself. What does being fair to yourself look like? What does being fair to your friends look like? What does being too easy on others look like? What about losing friends because you didn't get things signed in writing and now their own subconscious works against them and they misremember the past because it's financially profitable for them to misremember the past? It's easy to misremember the past. They also don't teach you how streets work, avenues, boulevards, the highway system, how you use all that for direction. Maybe they should tell you how to figure out where north is. If you still think the liberal arts are there to teach you how to learn, you misunderstand why they are there. There is a study of how people learn. There is the ability to major in education. There is the study of where knowledge comes from. There's a fancy word for it. If you want to learn what is knowable and how we know what is knowable, and perhaps the best way to learn things, if you think learning is memorizing things, then you should study memory, and that should be a course. People who compete in memory competitions, that should be a course. I wouldn't be surprised if the liberal arts removed things like that from the course selection guide because they're too goddamn useful, and we need things that are less useful so that we turn people into losers. They don't understand they're losers because we use proof by complexity. I got a fantastic education, a really fantastic education when I was growing up. I went to a community college after, and I quit very shortly after that because they were trying to teach me things, again, that I had already learned well the first time in high school. As soon as I discovered that I was going to be learning the same crap, taught by worse instructors at my own cost and taking my time, it was the easiest decision of my life to quit that crap. If I can get you better results for yourself in a shorter time frame than college does, is not the education you get with me worth more money, specifically since it's saving you more of your time? If you didn't take ethics and how to be a good friend and how to manage your personal finances and how to stick up for yourself and how to be fair to yourself, which everyone in the entire world knows that those things are vitally important. If you learned the order of the planets from the sun instead of those things, you messed up. You spent your time the wrong way. You are less effective, less of a good person, and a less powerful being now because you deprived yourself, maybe by accident, maybe through ignorance. You didn't know you could learn those things. If you think liberal arts teaches you how to learn, that's called epistemology. And you can go into that and try and go into education and the study of learning a thing. But when they're teaching you music, they're not teaching you how to learn. When they're teaching you writing, they're not teaching you how to use your memory. They're different things. So don't fall for the hype. If you want to create super learners, I guarantee you that the things that you study won't look anything like the curriculums that are out there now. We've gone far and wide. In summary, if you think the liberal arts are giving you a clear, unbiased opinion of learning from all of the things that are learnable, you are widely, widely far from the mark. You're totally wrong. In colleges, you get to choose from a course list. That course list is taught by humans. Those humans teach what they feel they're capable of teaching, and oftentimes with a hell of a lot of guidelines. I don't think that you could find a more restrictive, less choice-based, less varied, less structured way to learn a thing on the whole planet. It's the most organized, the least adventurous, and the least varied. There's the least number of options available to you. That's the opposite of a wide-ranging education. A wide-ranging education would be you open an encyclopedia or an atlas and you point to a page and that's what you're learning. There you go. You have all the things available to you. That's actually a wide-ranging education. That's actually how you might find a passion that other people haven't, that you can profit from. That's how you find excellence, by diving deeper into an area than other people have. The education system revolves around you not getting to learn a new thing until you learn the last thing. And if you didn't learn the last thing, you don't get to learn the next thing. They keep you in that class again and again and again, and then and only then, when they think you'll benefit from a harder class that builds on the last class, do you earn the opportunity to learn that new thing. If all the knowledge is free, then why would you pay for an education? If the knowledge is free, what are you paying for? To waste your time and your money? How do you tell who is smart? If you want people to learn, there are things that the learner never uses. Then you can make an actual study guide that you expect them to finish, that you can charge for, that they can actually use. If I tell you, hey, go on Alibaba, buy something you like, stock it at home, sell it, you'll get rich. That's one thing. If I tell you we're setting up an account at Alibaba first, okay, now we're logging in. Next, we're looking at the best sellers. Now we're looking in the retail market to see what price they sell for. Okay, there's enough profit. Now we're going to place an order and we're going to have it shipped this way to your house, and then we're going to put an ad out. It's going to have your phone number on it, and you're actually going to answer the calls. Walking you through the steps and actually getting you to do them and holding you to a higher standard is more valuable to you than just knowing a thing exists. Knowing that sales exists is nothing compared to being able to sell. Knowing that dancing exists is nothing compared to being able to dance. There's a big difference between just putting freemium content out there and getting someone into your paid program. Because if they've paid, they'll actually follow through, and you discover that if people don't pay, they don't follow through. Look at the completion rate for massive online courses versus normal courses. It's about 4 times higher for a normal course. Why? Because people paid for it. They see loss. They feel a sense of loss. So if you're in the education business, you should have paid content. You should have free content. You should probably even change the price of your content, like drug companies do, based on who's buying it. Isn't it a little odd that all of the things that businesses and professionals pay thousands upon thousands to go to boot camps to learn could be easily taught in school, such as scheduling, goal setting, positive feedback, and loops? Imagine someone's flabby arm, and they're having a conversation with it. They look at it and say, I don't understand this flabby arm. I want it to be stronger. Then they tell it about all the different ways that you can get stronger, and about eating protein, and about doing curls, and doing chin-ups, and doing pull-ups, and all the things that would help it grow. It just sits there, and it doesn't do anything. No matter how many different things it is told, it never gets stronger. So why doesn't talking to my muscle make it stronger? And that, you see, is the reason that education doesn't work. We don't need more people to be told things. We need the people to do the things. The common education system teaches what you don't need to know. Apprenticeship is practical. Education is basically, let's teach you everything you don't need to know. Here's stuff you definitely don't need to know to do anything useful for yourself or anyone else. Let's spend a lot of time on that. Whereas apprenticeship is like, hey, here is something that actually needs to get done. We're providing a service instantly, and we're getting paid for it. Let's actually do the thing. Then you get good at something someone actually cares about. Education system is a performance-stealing insurance policy. I guess the education system is broken for the same reason that not building a minimal viable product is broken. You're basically paying a lot of real money to buy insurance that you might need to know something or that you might need to have a feature. And you pay for that insurance with real time not knowing something that you do need to know, or not being able to fund your survival until you do get market traction. So basically, the education system is a very expensive insurance policy that costs you real world performance and just learning what you need to know and being very, very good at the ignorance of all the things you don't need to know. It's similar to extinction level events, which only pay if you actually care whether the world exists or not, and if you don't get to participate in it, which is an existential question, I guess. When you spend your time teaching kids about the politics of 100 or 1,000 years ago, you do so at the cost of learning about today's politics. If you think you are doing them a favor because somehow they'll be able to learn the ins and outs of events, then translate them into useful principles to use today, you are just adding a layer of abstraction, which confuses the issue. Why not distill the things you're supposed to learn functionally from those ancient events and just tell them straight up that ideals application in the recent past and near future without the abstraction? If you need to reference the past for proof of an idea's validity, I understand. However, if you just want to learn that the Minutemen existed and XYZ other things existed, you're doing so at the cost of them being easily manipulated by the spin doctors and pundits of the day. George Washington will not save you from the spin room. In case you didn't hear about spin rooms, basically all good politicians become good at taking the same data or same event and putting their spin on it, or frame around it to make it look how it would maximally benefit them, sometimes regardless of the obvious fakeness of it. You should see how some politicians dodge the use of a term like global warming as though their heads would immediately implode if the word left their mouth. I think spin stuck as a great word to describe the practice of misdescribing things, similar to tilting a pinball machine while you are trying to play it, because what you're spinning doesn't change, it stays constant. How you make it travel in the world does change when you spin it, though. So, like framing and spinning, the thing that you're manipulating stays the same, however, the stuff you do to it and put around it changes. It's nice when a simple, descriptive word like that makes it so clear what is really going on. It makes it easier to see through the bullshit. George Carlin had a great bit on how language has been continually manipulated to the point where the words used now barely have the meanings they need to have to be maximally useful for us. Here is that bit.
I don't like words that hide the truth. I don't like words that conceal reality. I don't like euphemisms or euphemistic language. And American English is loaded with euphemisms because Americans have a lot of trouble dealing with reality. Americans have trouble facing the truth. So they invent a kind of a soft language to protect themselves from it. And it gets worse with every generation. For some reason, it just keeps getting worse. I'll give you an example of that. There's a condition in combat. Most people know about it. It's when a fighting person's nervous system has been stressed to its absolute peak and maximum, can't take any more input. The nervous system has either snapped or is about to snap. In the First World War, that condition was called shell shock. Simple, honest, direct language, 2 syllables, shell shock. Almost sounds like the guns themselves. That was 70 years ago. Then a whole generation went by, and the Second World War came along, and the very same combat condition was called battle fatigue. 4 syllables now. Takes a little longer to say. Doesn't seem to hurt as much. Fatigue is a nicer word than shock. Shell shock. Battle fatigue. Then we had the war in Korea in 1950. Madison Avenue was riding high by that time, and the very same combat condition was called operational exhaustion. Hey, we're up to 8 syllables now. And the humanity has been squeezed completely out of the phrase. It's totally sterile now. Operational exhaustion. Sounds like something that might happen to your car. Then, of course, came the war in Vietnam, which has only been over for about 16 or 17 years. And thanks to the lies and deceit surrounding that war, I guess it's no surprise that the very same condition was called post-traumatic stress disorder. Still 8 syllables, but we've added a hyphen. And the pain is completely buried under jargon. Post-traumatic stress disorder. I'll bet you if we'd have still been calling it shell shock, some of those Vietnam veterans might have gotten the attention they needed at the time. But it didn't happen. And one of the reasons is because we were using that soft language, that language that takes the life out of life. And it is a function of time. It does keep getting worse. Give you another example. Sometime during my life, toilet paper became bathroom tissue. I wasn't notified of this. No one asked me if I agreed with it. It just happened. Toilet paper became bathroom tissue. Sneakers became running shoes. False teeth became dental appliances. Medicine became medication. Information became directory assistance. The dump became the landfill. Car crashes became automobile accidents. Partly cloudy became partly sunny. Motels became motor lodges. House trailers became mobile homes. Used cars became previously owned transportation. Room service became guest room dining. And constipation became occasional irregularity. When I was a little kid, if I got sick, they wanted me to go to the hospital and see the doctor. Now they want me to go to a health maintenance organization or a wellness center to consult a healthcare delivery professional. Poor people used to live in slums. Now the economically disadvantaged occupy substandard housing in the inner cities. And they're broke. They're broke. They don't have a negative cash flow position. They're fucking broke. Because a lot of them were fired. You know, fired. Management wanted to curtail redundancies in the human resources area. So many people are no longer viable members of the workforce. Smug, greedy, well-fed white people have invented a language to conceal their sins. It's as simple as that. The CIA doesn't kill anybody anymore. They neutralize people. Or they depopulate the area. The government doesn't lie. It engages in disinformation. The Pentagon actually measures nuclear radiation in something they call sunshine units. Israeli murderers are called commandos. Arab commandos are called terrorists. Contra killers are called freedom fighters. Well, if crime fighters fight crime and firefighters fight fire, what do freedom fighters fight? They never mention that part of it to us, do they? Never mention that part. And some of this stuff is just silly. We all know that. Like on the airlines, they say they want a pre-board. Oh, what the hell is pre-board? What does that mean? To get on before you get on? They say they're going to pre-board those passengers in need of special assistance. Cripples! Simple, honest, direct language. There's no shame attached to the word cripple that I can find in any dictionary. No shame attached to it. In fact, it's a word used in Bible translations. Jesus healed the cripples. Doesn't take 7 words to describe that condition. But we don't have any cripples in this country anymore. We have the physically challenged. Is that a grotesque enough evasion for you? How about differently abled? I've heard them call that differently abled. You can't even call these people handicapped anymore. They'll say, we're not handicapped, we're handy-capable. These poor people have been bullshitted by the system into believing that if you change the name of the condition, somehow you'll change the condition. Well, hey, cousin, doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. have no more deaf people in this country, hearing impaired. No one's blind anymore, partially sighted or visually impaired. We have no more stupid people. Everybody has a learning disorder. Or he's minimally exceptional. How would you like to be told that about your child? He's minimally exceptional. Oh, thank God for that. Psychologists actually have started calling ugly people those with severe appearance deficits. It's getting so bad that any day now I expect to hear a rape victim referred to as an unwilling sperm recipient. And we have no more old people in this country. No more old people. We shipped them all away. And we brought in these senior citizens. Isn't that a typically American 20th century phrase? Bloodless, lifeless. No pulse in one of them. A senior citizen. But I've accepted that one. I've come to terms with it. I know it's here to stay. We'll never get rid of it. That's what they're going to be called, so I'll relax on that. But the one I do resist, the one I keep resisting, is when they look at an old guy and they'll say, look at him, Dan. He's 90 years young. Imagine the fear of aging that reveals. To not even be able to use the word old to describe someone, to have to use an antonym. And fear of aging is natural, it's universal, isn't it? We all have that. No one wants to get old, no one wants to die, but we do. So we bullshit ourselves. I started bullshitting myself when I got to my 40s. As soon as I was in my 40s, I'd look in the mirror and I'd say, well, I guess I'm getting older. Older sounds a little better than old, doesn't it? Sounds like it might even last a little longer. Bullshit, I'm getting old. And it's okay, because thanks to our fear of death in this country, I won't have to die. I'll pass away. Or I'll expire like a magazine subscription. If it happens in the hospital, they'll call it a terminal episode. The insurance company will refer to it as negative patient care outcome. And if it's the result of malpractice, they'll say it was a therapeutic misadventure. I'm telling you, some of this language makes me want to vomit. Well, maybe not vomit. Makes me want to engage in an involuntary personal protein spill. Thank you all.
Chapter 3. Stratification. Only the quality time gets counted towards your quantity. If it is true that quantity of life is important, what good is a life slaving for a master? If you think that quantity of life is important, then you surely can't assign the same value to the hours flipping burgers as the hours you spend with your friends and family. One of these hours is worth a lot more than the other. If you're going to make the blanket statement that quality of life is important and quantity of life is important, I would make the statement that doing less of those things which are the crappiest part of life, like cleaning clogged toilets, not doing those things is a super important part of life. We want to do less of those things, and the only way to do that is to get out of that class. There's no other escape. The capital class. If you don't have your money owning productive things, you will never become wealthy. Wealth is not power, like knowing about lifting weights isn't lifting weights. Change is changing. There are massive life-changing things going on in the world right now. There was a time in this world where your value to society was in what you could do. That time is basically gone. Your value to the world now is what you own, and it's about to get much, much worse. Let's take a look at self-driving cars. If you take a look at what jobs everyone works in the United States, and look at the number of jobs per slot, you will see that the top slot that employs the largest amount of people is transportation. Now, why does this suck? The logic that is required for a car to drive itself is less than the power in your cellular phone. The only thing that's been missing are the sensors to tell the phone what's going on, and the software in the phone. And when the phone decides that it wants the car to do something, the car needs to be able to respond. Some things in the car currently don't respond to electrical signals, such as steering, braking, and depending on the age of the car, acceleration. Long story short, that's what's coming down the pike. About 3 million people are going to be jobless within 10 to 15 years. If I had my druthers, I'd add lots more people to that list. As soon as the machines can do our jobs better than us, let them do it. This is kind of a great future. On one hand, we have lots of people who are free to live their lives without taking tons of risk driving all over the place, doing crappy jobs, being away from their families, learning nothing with no learning on the job, no progress. Only one downside. They are broke. They have no job, and they might even be unemployable. What do we do with all the unemployed people? Sounds nice to phrase it like that. Like when your grandpa is sitting at the table and you're talking about him in the third person as if he's not really sitting there. A non-entity. That's a pretty crappy way to be treated. Being unemployed kind of feels like that. It takes training and some mind trickery to be able to deal with rejection on a regular basis. You have to keep your eye on the prize and learn to revel in the rejection, to enjoy it, to see it as part of the process. Or you could just hate it and have a really hard time. Better to enjoy the process if at all possible. Class war. The richest people in the world have the most control of the laws that get passed and the laws that get enforced. The people that are in the lawmaking class and in the ruling class are also often of a higher financial group as well, and therefore, when they pass specific tax breaks for their friends, their buddies, the people that put them in office, they also get to receive the benefits from those tax breaks. One thing you see across the world is people that are so rich they don't have to work anymore, and they get to own a lot of assets. The assets work for them. Whatever money is generated from the assets that they're lucky enough to own, they only pay tax at half the rate a normal human gets paid. Let's say in 2002 in America, the highest tax rate for personal income was 35%. The highest tax rate for capital gains tax was 15%. That means that if you work really, really hard at a job or a personally owned business and you make $1 million, you have to give $350,000 of that to the government that year, right? Or within some short time frame after the close of the year. If, however, you didn't do any work at all, and instead let what is not you but what you own do the work, then you'll only give the government $150,000. So if you own stock in a giant mega corporation and the giant megacorp pays you a dividend of $1 million, you're only taxed at $150,000. And actually, you can become a citizen of Puerto Rico, and that dividend will be taxed at 0. Puerto Rico is part of America. You can move to the U.S. Virgin Islands or Puerto Rico and reduce your capital gains taxable rate to 0. You might even be able to do that on some of your normal income, but it's definitely going to be a higher rate. The question then becomes, why is it that you have two Americans? Both of these people had their net worth increased by $1 million. One of them cuts the government a check for $350,000, and the other cuts the government a check for about $125,000. How is that fair? That the richer person that performs less work and benefits society less due to their own personal laziness, why does that person pay half the tax rate as the guy that broke his back? Why? Because the jerks in charge of the system want it that way. That is how the rich get richer, because the rich don't get paid based on what they do. The rich get paid based on what they own. In this world, if you want a ton of power and a ton of options and the control of other people's lives, what they say, how they dress, where they move, when they sleep, you own the company that owns their time. What you do with your time, personally, will be rewarded at least 25% less. Well, as what the stuff you own is rewarded by. Why? Because it's taxed less. Oh, and guess what? That getting taxed less, it doesn't just rip you off in the first year. It rips you off for the rest of time because it's tax deferral. Let's say the company that you own stock in wanted to give you $1 million in dividends, but instead you convinced them to just not give you the dividend and to just reinvest it back in the company. Now, you didn't pay any tax taking the money out. Now you've got more money at work, generating you even more money, which will be taxed even less, and you never pay the tax. You just keep moving it and deferring it and doing light, kind exchanges until one day you get a loan against the money that you could take out if you wanted to. You still don't pay any tax. You never pay any tax. But the guy that has to work for a living, that poor guy, he has to pay tax immediately, now, at a double rate to you. Why? Because the world's not fair, and because there is class war, and the rich rip off the poor whenever it is convenient. The only time the rich don't rip off the poor is when they can actually get richer out of not ripping off the poor, which, thank goodness, is pretty often. World has changed. At what point do we come to realize that the world has changed massively and that our education systems should look pretty massively different as well? Great news! I've got some great ideas on how to make that whole situation better. First, why is there no experimentation going on? How different the world is going to look when cars drive themselves, airplanes and cars are electric, and there's a lot less reason for you to be driving to work. The massive losses with commuting, a guaranteed income in a world where working is optional. The bad side effect of capitalism, where the rich really do keep getting richer up to a breaking point. The concepts of ownership that served us well on the way to where we are probably not going to serve us the best going forward. What would the right state of mind be in regards to ownership? Racism. I think much of racism is a class problem more so than it is a race problem. A lot of the times, when people imagine what members of another race are like, it's usually restricted to a class that's the most well marketed. If they got to experience the other high class versions of those races, they'd probably have a greatly different opinion. Jewish culture. The Jewish culture outperforms any other culture on the planet intellectually. I would say because their culture cares more than any other culture. They mandate, require, and enforce marriage to smart people, valuing smart people. Every Jewish mother's favorite thing in the world would be for her daughter to marry a good Jewish doctor. What happens when you have a culture that is rather isolationist and tends to keep it in the family, hyper-focuses on savings and investment, and hyper-focuses on building ideas and owning things? Well, what you end up with is probably, per capita, the wealthiest people, and probably per capita, the most intelligent people. If you take some of those useful principles but skip the isolationism, then execute them in other cultures, you should end up with less violent, wiser, more productive human beings. How easy would it be to cross-pollinate Jewish ideals into other cultures? I'm not sure, but it might be worth trying. Reality is a racist. If reality was a person, I'd never invite them to my birthday parties, because they're also sexist, communist, capitalist, socialist, nationalist, terrorist, and all the other ists. How can that be? Some of these things are contradictory. Well, you see, all of those ways of believing the world works, or should work, are effective some of the time. If those ways of thinking didn't produce some benefits for their followers, they'd be more dinosaurists and extinct. Yet we see they're alive and well as some terrible ideas can be anyway. All these ists are only the names we've given to groups of different beliefs and behaviors we've noticed in the real world. Reality plays favorites. It greatly rewards things that work and strikes down those things which don't actually work. Why should we care what reality rewards and doesn't? If a belief is common enough to be called an ist, it is well worth our time to discover what the rewards of that behavior are, and see if we can introduce an invasive idea species that pays the same or better rewards as the old bad beliefs, but with the same or lower costs. If we introduce the new better idea to the ecosystem that allowed the original inferior idea to flourish, then we can eat up all the food that it used to thrive on, fulfill the desires of the people that chose to believe in it in the first place, and watch it go extinct, as all other animals have that were replaced by a newer animal better suited to reap the rewards that harsh reality brings to those he favors. We've made the system we live in, reality, seem like a person with feelings and desires who actively rewards and punishes. It turns out that it can be useful to believe that fiction for a bit, because it lets us use some parts of our brain that are really great at understanding other people. The parts that understand friendship and motive and good and evil, those advanced, touchy-feely emotional parts. Seeing non-human things as human is a good exercise to broaden the ideas you have about a thing. And then, when you've taken a good look around the idea, you can go back to the more common understanding that reality is a system and systems aren't people. So why is reality racist? Well, for the same reason your body is racist. You come into this world as a single cell, which divides and divides over time until you are the giant organized bunch of cells that absorbs the light of this text hitting your eye and turns it into meaning. Why aren't you just the same cell over and over again? Why isn't the forest a single tree over and over again? That would be more equal, wouldn't it? Variety is the spice of life, they say. However, in reality, variety is the definition of life. The DNA blueprint that makes up all living things has only 4 chemicals in it: A, T, C, G. The fact that of all the chemicals in the world, only those 4 make up the blueprint of life is a pretty harsh sentence against all those other nice chemicals in the world. Then, when you see that life must put those chemicals in an order, over and over again, to make the blueprint that is life, well, that ordering is the definition of variety. It varies from all the other unorganized, optimized chemicals you can find lying about the planet. Then that variation continues time and time again. The combinations mixing, matching, random chance, sex, viruses, you name it. Over time, the different blueprints of life get crazier and crazier, more and more different as more paths that work are found. If you can eat, move, crap, and procreate, then reality is going to let you keep playing in the game of life. On and on it goes until there's so many different kinds of functioning, living, moving life on the planet that you would have trouble ever seeing all of the different kinds in a lifetime. Why does reality want so much difference and variety? Because only variety causes greatness, and reality loves to reward the person better adapted to him. What does that have to do with race? Race, like language, started as a regional difference. It was the best life could do to adapt to the situation it found itself in. Lots of sunlight, so darker skin prevents too much penetrating through and knocking your precious DNA blueprints out of order in your cells, causing cancer. Quite hot, so longer limbs and body fat stored in the butt to maximize the surface area to get rid of the heat and minimize the amount of body covered by heat insulating fat. How fast do you need to be to chase down your domesticated animal or farm your land? Does your crop run from you when you come to kill it? Speed, fitness, and strength due to a higher diet of animals that don't like being eaten. Larger nostrils for better breathing performance. Have you taken a look at physical sports involving movement and seen what percentage of the world's best are Black compared to the very small percentage of the world that is Black? It's obvious there's a reason that Black people massively outperform all other races percentage-wise, and it's not because they've had the easiest lives or histories. Somehow, facts are racist. Sadly, Europe is being taken over by this terrible idea. How can you on one hand say people need extra help, and on the other hand say that they are doing great? How can you say racism is bad, and then use racism to benefit those you've judged to be inferior? Isn't the lack of racism to not be measuring the races and making laws to harm companies in order to benefit your desire to control other people to the ends you care about? In this case, benefiting one race over another race? If your anti-racism job placement gives a job to an African American instead of an American Indian, or Chinese person, how not racist are you? Hypocrite. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny how many women in the history of women, when asked why they work out, respond, "It's for me"? I mean, you would think just by random chance that somewhere in this entire planet there would be a single woman who worked out because she wanted to get a hot boyfriend for summer, or because there was a real competition going on in the world for television parts and good men. Nope, it's always just for them. Pretty disingenuous, or not self-aware if you ask me. All hands on deck. We need all the help we can get. That includes the fairer sex and queers. It's said that homosexuality survives the test of time because the families that produce homosexual offspring have increased birth rates in the female offspring, which offsets one of the male kids also having the loves men more gene as well. The other option could be that even selecting against homosexuality, it might just really be hard to design around, even if there weren't a side benefit. Not everything you see has evolved to greatness. Some things are just the best nature has been able to come up with given the amount of time it's been around, and the amount of generations it's had to iterate on different themes. Looking for side benefits is useful whether nature intended for them or selected for them or not. The world is becoming more and more man-made, and thus less and less naturally evolved faster every day. So understanding why man builds what he does and what man is selecting for is probably much more important these days than understanding what natural evolution was selecting for. I must say, if you want to see less pointless violence against people born gay, it could be very useful for the world to understand that being born gay is as natural as being born at all. It's like sneezing. You don't always do it, but sometimes you do, and it's natural. I include that last sentence only to point out that only because something is less common doesn't make it any less natural. There's at least 3 times more chickens on Earth than humans, and that doesn't make us unnatural. And there's about 10 times more straight people than gay people. It doesn't make them unnatural. Now, here's a useful distinction. Natural or unnatural doesn't mean useful or not useful. So depending on what you want out of the world, you should probably be referencing effectiveness towards some useful end instead of natural or unnatural when you're advertising the virtue of things. If you admire fashion, interior design, and dance, and the list goes on, then homosexual men are obviously useful. If you like having sex with men, and they like having sex with you, also pretty damn useful. If you prefer caring, chatty women but desire a stronger, more muscular being, then gay men are probably, once again, just what the doctor ordered. It's a pretty crazy world when much of it is so messed up that you have to go out of your way to show the usefulness and naturalness of another person, or else useless, terrible people will beat them up or kill them. You murderers out there, if you want to make the world a better place, start killing the murderers first. Look at yourself in the mirror and kill what you see there first. If not in reality, at least symbolically. How the hell can we have laws on the books against inciting violence and yet have books advertised, coveted, given special legal protections in some countries that quite clearly call for the murder of some innocent people? Is that not the incitement of violence? What the hell? I'd care less if the body counts weren't flying up all the time, if the world wasn't getting deeply and quickly infected with cancerous ideas. Being born a woman or gay shouldn't be grounds for being forced into an inferior life compared to your male or straight kin born right next to you. It's lose-lose. Life's hard enough without crippling more than half the population of the planet. More than half of all humans are woman or gay. So if you want to have a truly less effective planet, cripple those people and don't let them learn the same things, do the same things, or have the same rights as straight men. What an insane idea. It's hard enough to survive on this planet where most of it is uninhabitable. 2/3 of the planet is water, and unless you breathe underwater, it's obvious that most of the planet can't support your life. We need all hands on deck. And that means women and gay people too. Take a look at the GDP of nations that cripple their women and gay populations' ability to produce. And you'll have at least one reason why they're getting beat economically and in most other benchmarks of human excellence, knowledge, and productivity as well. It's as though a long time ago a decision was made to have more of a smaller pie than an equal and larger amount of a larger pie. The rising tide raises all ships. Unless, of course, your ship is in a cave, and in that case, perhaps the rising tide crushes your ship and it's destroyed against the rocks. Unfair treatment, subjugation, and restriction of your fellow man, woman, and queer are the rocks your economy will be crushed against as the rest of the world outcompetes you in every measurable way, except perhaps for oppression. If there's a competition for the most restrictive, unfair, unbalanced, oppressive society that's least productive per person, then you can win that competition, I guess. The rest of us nice, fair, and friendly people will be cooperating and building the future. Maybe one day we'll let you ride in the spaceships we built. Maybe one day we'll let you in our colonies on other planets. Maybe sometime in between then and now, you will learn the value of cooperation instead of subjugation. Chapter 4, Currency. Reciprocity and Scarcity. What makes gold valuable is the fact that human beings believe in reciprocity. You could walk up to a human and give him gold, look at him and expect food in return. But he could look at you and just say, "I'm not giving you a thing. I don't care that you just gave me something." The funny thing about analyzing whether something makes a good store of value is that they skipped the psychological things that make it work, which is the ability to communicate, the ability to detect other human beings at all through our senses, the emotional programming of those people to reciprocate because it's been selected for, because it's an advantageous strategy in the world we live in, and because of that, you could do well if you are designing a new currency. Tie it to emotions as much as possible and stop trying to emulate those things that worked on the meta layer on top of the emotions, like gold and scarcity. Scarcity only works because we're programmed to value it. We could have easily valued things that are not scarce. It just would have worked less well because we would have not eaten some things that we needed to eat. What really is money? It never was trading chickens for cows. It was always a mental and then written or tokenized ledger. One example I have is this report on what really is money from Mitchell Ines, from the Banking Law Journal, May 1930, by A. Mitchell Ines. Printing more money. The unfairness of, okay, let's just print money and double the money that everyone currently has. A millionaire gets $1 million. Broke guy gets nothing. How the hell is that fair? A funny quote. Banks are not in the business of lending money to people that need loans. The upside of double or nothing betting again and again, taking advantage of the bankruptcy law. Basically, in a mathematically balanced world, if you played double or nothing again and again, over and over, you would end up with either a very large profit, a very large loss, or zero. But because bankruptcy laws exist, which cut off the giant negatives, you can just have the legal system reset you to zero. So, in the Western world at least, you can take giant risks, privatize the profits for yourself, but kind of socialize the losses, because you can get society to release you of your debt to the people you owe money to. In Arab cultures or other places with debtors' prisons or worse, you don't get to have the same limit on downside volatility you get in the Western cultures. Discount giving based on behavior and currency to value ratios. Why not give people a discount based on some random thing? This random thing could be tied to a certain behavior. We want to support money that doesn't get printed into infinity. If you look back 100 years ago, the price of silver, milk, eggs, land, bread, gas, they all maintained the same ratio. If you want to buy eggs or silver, the ratio is the same. But now the dollar is worth at least 30 times less. What changed? Well, the dollar changed. And for this equation, all those things still have the same value they've always had, except the dollar. The dollar is valueless. Why? Because they keep printing it. No one needs yours. Why would I need your dollar when I can go and get a fresh, brand new one right from the Fed? I don't need your dollars. Glad you're working so hard to save them. Enjoy your net loss every year. You ain't beating inflation. What's inflation? That's when we print money to steal from savers. Oh, you save money? Screw you. You just lost money. Sitting in cash is almost the worst thing you could do over any long period of time because it's guaranteed to become valueless. That is the thing that will go to zero. Interest and investment. Because of the artificially low interest rates fiat currency allows, we will have constant boom and bust cycles. Artificially low interest rates require misinvestment and malinvestment in an attempt to not lose money to the passage of time and the government currency, printing presses on overdrive. This requirement to invest even when there's nothing good to invest in means that all that beautiful, sweet, tasty capital goes to the risk takers, taking risks with other people's money. The people that benefit the most from all this free money are those that get it first. Let's be the people that get it first. Tax. Tax avoidance for all. Let's level the playing field and have a fair game. If you're a single person and you make $100,000 at work, they take $40,000. If you start a company, you still pay $40,000 because you own your company. If you get a partner, yep, you still pay for every dollar you make. If you go public, yay, now you don't pay income tax anymore. Now you don't pay $40,000 when you make $100,000. Now you get to pay zero. Yes, zero. Your company can increase in value by $1 million and you will pay $0 of tax. So why is that? Explain to me why the poor people who have to struggle every morning working to make ends meet have to pay infinitely more tax than the people who are lucky enough to not have to work at all. How does it help the world that those that are smart enough to find a way off the treadmill of non-fulfilling work now get to opt out of being productive and waste their lives messing around on yachts and rubbing elbows with other rich and non-productive people? The world would be a better place if the more awesome you were, the more awesome you had to be. I wasted 5 years traveling around and another 5 nightclubbing. If I wasn't so successful financially, both I and the world would have been better off. It's like super wealthy musicians dying from drugs and being over-respected. The lack of respect they used to get drove them to greatness, and the achievement beyond their dreams basically destroyed them. Don't meet your heroes, and let's not over-reward people and kill them. Everyone needs to do what IKEA is doing, so that the laws actually get changed instead of only helping companies that need help the least and amplifying the already massive advantage they have as incumbents over new entrants to the market. When will we see a better IKEA? Why isn't there a non-minimalist version of IKEA already? Basically, what we have with these giant companies paying no taxes garbage is a monoculture that is, as all monocultures, not robust, for it is not properly submitting itself to the will of the masses. It is starving the masses of choice. You must have choice to allow for the selection of excellence. If you have no choice, you can't enforce excellence. Monopolies are bad for all parties involved. Well, I guess they're okay for the monopoly, if all you care about is profit and not net good for the world, or excellence in non-profit for a single entity at the expense of everyone else. Tax people on what they already have. What would happen if you tax people on what they already have instead of their income? I mean, when you tax people on what they don't have yet, they won't think it's theirs, which is their income. I think it would feel different if we had to have the government take a share of someone's property and then every year take another share. Then, one day, the government has more than you do, and they get to sell it. It is also interesting that you have to have the majority of the ownership of this thing to make a decision for it. It's weird that it doesn't end up being just some other percentage that's not 51%. Why crypto is great. If I set my mind on something that I am good at, I'm a pickup artist who's done amazing things in different fields. The only reason I mention pickup is cryptocurrency. I love this concept. It is a world-changing concept, modifying the relationship between people and government. It changes the state of currency, and it is amazing. Economics, supply, and demand. In a properly working economy, as prices increase, it invites competition and increased supply, which brings the price down. It's a cool self-balancing act. It's part of the reason capitalist economies work so well: flexible pricing and flexible production. When you artificially limit the size of blocks allowed in the blockchain, what you're actually doing is limiting the amount of people that can participate. So if you create a fee market, which increases the cost of putting things in the chain, you're not inviting extra supply. You're not taking advantage of fees in order to make the world a better place by allowing more people to participate. You're just changing it so that the only people that can afford to participate are the economically advantaged. Those that would benefit the most by reducing fees and being banked instead of being unbanked will be taken off the chain. Bitcoin problems. Why on earth would the Bitcoin blockchain use the worst, slowest, most messed up way of distributing its initial chain when you have to trust the software that you're running, which you could use hash to do? Why don't you trust the initial giant torrent you downloaded with the same hash garbage and use BitTorrent, and it's 10 times or 100 times faster? Automatically send. Money is a virtualization. For it to work properly, it needs to represent human tenor work, and that means scarcity. We also inherently value scarcity. Money models that are not scarce do not and cannot function as money. I dare you to try to sell a Bitcoin today for what you think its future profit will be. Pretend that Bitcoin is a business, and it's the fastest appreciating asset class that the world has ever seen, and its value has been compounding at roughly 100% per year or more since it was invented. Then go ahead and try to sell a coin today for its future profit. The coin has no future profit. It isn't productive on its own. It's a commodity. It can't and shouldn't be able to be differentiated from all the other Bitcoins that it competes with for value. Because of this, a Bitcoin can only be traded for the value that it has today, not the future value that you think it will have. If you tried to, someone would just buy one of the other coins, not yours, because commodities are traded at today's value, the spot price, not some value in the future. Now, you could say that you could trade your Bitcoin commodity on a government-approved commodity trading platform such as the Chicago Board of Exchange. In such an environment, you may be able to trade the future value of your stuff. You could sell your Bitcoins at a date in the future. Now, let's look at how much profit you can make selling your future delivery of a Bitcoin. If the market believes that Bitcoins will go down in value instead of up, you will make less selling your coins at some date in the future than today. You haven't locked in profit, you've locked in loss. No one is going to pretend that your coins are guaranteed to go up in value, and if you look, Bitcoins are extremely volatile. They very often go down in value, whereas businesses are usually profitable. In a bad year, they might break even, but rarely do they lose money. Thus, I think it's a rather reasonable statement to make that business outperforms speculation, and the only businesses worth messing with are those that can have hundreds of millions of users or have a strong, durable competitive advantage due to critical mass or difficulty of achievement or cost barrier to entry or other barriers to entry, perhaps even excellent branding. Basically, billion-dollar businesses really do come from humble beginnings. How can you decide whether you are better off investing in Bitcoin or into a business? Good luck. I have seen people that are successful startup investors take both sides of that bet. I've even seen some of the guys make terrible decisions. I'll give you an example. I've seen a dude invest in a mining company that obviously is out of business now. I mean Bitcoin mining. Why would you invest in Bitcoin mining when you know the market is already oversecured against double spending attack, and that is the only function mining at scale performs? It's only as useful as insurance as the likelihood that someone is trying to execute a double spend attack. It is not useful at all towards thwarting other forms of attack which are easily numerable on the Bitcoin wiki. Sybil attacks, government attacks, DDoSs, transaction spam, etc., they are all more viable means of attack than double spending. So why should you be spending hundreds of millions to prevent double spend and not even spending a single million on the more common methods of attack that are viable? The answer is the game theory and the tragedy of the commons. I'm getting so tired of that phrase, the tragedy of the commons. It's becoming boring to me. Sadly, though, I'm seeing the principle in so many places. Wouldn't it be great if I could come up with another name for it? Perhaps it could be the common suck, or ComSuck. The story goes that if you want to create a new currency, you have to solve a few problems. Double spending, forgery, divisibility, store of value, unit of account, and original issuance. When you are creating a new currency from scratch, how do you decide how much of it each party gets? It would be fun to take a look at how the EU decides how many euros a person gets when they turn in their old national currency. It's a really, really important answer because if you mess the math up, the country that is switching to the euro can get pretty screwed. Whatever mechanism they use to arrive at that valuation could perhaps be a similar valuation to how you would issue any new currency. The problem, however, lies in that you must destroy the new currency for that kind of math to work. If you are going to use the GDP of a country to decide how much of a new currency they get, then you have to switch them over entirely when you give them the new currency. If they were only partially going to use your new currency, then you would have to give it to them only partially in value to their GDP, for the GDP is all economic outputs of a country. Bitcoin attempts to solve the problem of currency issuance by giving rather massive and unsecure rewards to those that protect the network against double spending. The messed up part is you only get a reward from the network if you prevent double spending attacks. You do not get a reward for promoting the currency, you actually suffer a penalty. The time and money that you use driving up the value of everyone else's coins is money that you didn't use to buy more coins yourself. It's all screwed up. The only reasonable way that I can think of to afford the promotion of the endeavor is to have known stakeholders risk a portion of their current holdings along with others to help increase adoption. A currency without adoption is a pretty lame currency. It has been said that the best currency is the currency with the most stability. It has been said that the currency that has the most stability is likely the currency that has the most volume and adoption. That is because if a currency has a lot of liquidity and participants, then it is very hard for any one participant to massively move the value of that currency. Any attempts to do so by either selling it or buying it, or borrowing against it, will be offset by the numerous other gigantic entities. A good analogy would be, what would you have to do to try and raise the level of the sea by an inch? A whole lot more than you would to raise the height of your tub water by a few inches, because it's so much bigger. If you want your currency to be the new global reserve currency, and the currency that returns power to the people from the few, and the currency that is censorship resistant, and the currency that doesn't rob savers through inflation, the currency that becomes the new language of value transfer between people, where you no longer need to memorize giant charts of this rate versus that rate, and fees, and middlemen upon middlemen, waking up in Russia one morning to discover your currency is worth half what it was yesterday, and your mortgage is denominated in dollars, you now owe more to the bank than your house will ever be worth in your lifetime. And why? Because of the stupidity of many currencies to represent the things people actually care about: goods and services. There is no compelling reason for the world to have one currency for every nation, just as there is no compelling reason to have giant restrictions of movement or capital between countries. More middlemen, more problems. More friction, less efficiency. National security requires cash. I love the countries like Sweden and Norway that say the stupidest things. For instance, let's get rid of physical currency and use only digital currency. Yeah, that sounds great until Russia invades you or just decides to hack you from afar. Then what happens to commerce in your country? It grinds to a halt. You don't get a taxi and you don't get to eat because you thought you were too good for physical currency that requires no electricity. When there's civil unrest or war, all the permission channels are going to go down. Cash is freedom. I wouldn't be surprised if secret government agencies didn't stockpile counterfeit currencies of potential enemies in case destroying faith in a national currency were to be chosen as a method to destabilize your enemy. It is still a hell of a lot harder than shutting down a power grid. It's all fun and games till your well-armed and otherwise unstable and unproductive neighbor wants to go on a power trip. If the GDP of your country is 85% natural resources, there is a very good chance you are missing foresight. Renewable energies are coming to eat your lunch. Hex. If you want to change the world and you want to replace the existing economic system with something better, you can only do it if that better thing has a lot of economic mass. That means a lot of people have to buy it and have to pay a high price for it, or else it doesn't work. Money is just an analog to represent scarce things like human time, goods, and services. If you want your analog to work properly, it also has to be scarce and valuable, just like the thing it's representing. That's the reason that stores of value are worth more than transporters of value. Bitcoin has been around for 10 years. It has failed entirely to be an adopted currency. No one pays tax with it. No one prices services with it. It's terrible for you on the dark net. If you ever pay for something on the dark net with it, it will forever taint every transaction you perform afterwards. It's not used in payroll. As long as we live in a fiat world where people need to pay their rent and buy their food in fiat, this problem is unsolvable whether you choose one style of crypto or another. It doesn't matter. What does crypto do well? Crypto stores value, and better than that, it appreciates. If it's true that in this 10 years that Bitcoin has been doing peer-to-peer crypto currency transactions and has had no adoption, at some point you have to realize maybe what the market is telling us is that this is a store of value and we shouldn't be trying to hard fork it and force our ideals on it. Maybe we should listen to the market and realize that a store of value is more viable on a payment network. Do we have stores of value in the real world? Yes, we do. We have gold. Gold has been around for thousands of years, storing value. It's worth $7.7 trillion. How much are payment networks worth? Visa is worth $320 billion. MasterCard is about $212 billion. PayPal is worth about $105 billion. Those three combined are not worth 10% of what gold is worth, which is a great investment thesis. If you add up everyone that holds Bitcoin, it is not hundreds of millions. It is still very small. So what I thought was, well, you can store value better than Bitcoin does. What does Bitcoin do? You can buy it, you can sell it, and you can transfer it. That's it. Well, what if you want to earn money on your Bitcoin? What if you want to lend your Bitcoin out? Well, now you have to give your Bitcoin to a trusted third party who's going to screw you or get hacked or not give you your funds for some reason. For instance, there are exchanges where you can send your Bitcoin and lend them out to people to short the price. There's a floating rate that changes on how much profit you can get from doing that, but every once in a while, those places get hacked. Then you don't get your money back. If we have programmable money, what should be the first thing we program? Interest. Instead of giving your coins to a centralized third party to hope to make profit, you can give your coins to the smart contract that minted them. Then, the same contract that allowed coins to exist in the first place is the same contract that will pay you your interest for locking your coins. So, I invented it, and I've had it coded. Instead of paying miners an inflation pool to secure the network, you just freeload on another network that is already eating all of those costs and burning all of that energy and maintaining a network that does trustless transactions. The only use case that has had any adoption whatsoever in cryptocurrency is speculation and store of value. For speculation, the price going up is the only thing you care about. If you care about the store of value, you also care about the price going up. What makes the price go up? People buying more than they sell. Hex was designed exactly to address those two things. Hex monetizes the only thing that actually matters, which is people buying and not selling. It monetizes the time value of money, the same way they do CDs in the real world. If you lock up your money in a CD fiat account for an extra year, they give you 20% more interest every extra year. Then it tapers off. They give you less later. That's what Hex does with shares. If you lock it up an extra year, you get 20% extra shares and then it tapers off later. It maxes out at 3,641 days, which is about 10 years. Why would you stake longer than that? So you can maintain a higher share rate for longer, to have more shares for longer, to make a higher return for longer. Additionally, much like a jumbo CD, where if you lock $100,000, then you get 10% more interest. With the Hex Bigger Pays Better bonus, if you lock up 150 million Hex, you get up to 10% more interest. We copied what works in the real world for time deposits, which have about $7.2 trillion in the US and China, which is more money than there is printed money. There's about 5 trillion in printed money. There's more money in the CD system than in what Bitcoin tried to replace, which was currency. We are attacking a larger market and doing something that's never been done before. Bitcoin stores value, the number goes up, everyone's happy. Ethereum stores value, the number goes up, everyone's happy. Hex stores value more securely than Bitcoin with audited software. Bitcoin isn't audited. An economics audit, which Bitcoin doesn't have, isolated consensus code so that it can't accidentally get screwed up in a network upgrade, which has happened to Bitcoin twice. Along with an inflation bug it has had twice, where anyone could print as many free Bitcoin as they wanted, and they had to roll back the chain once. Hex is more secure than Bitcoin. If storing value securely and addressing the time value of money and reducing pollution by rewarding stakers instead of miners are good things, and fixing unit bias, it does so many things well. People who truly get Hex know that it's all about the shares. The shares are more rare than the Hex. The share system is amazing. When I say that Hex is a Nobel Prize-worthy economics breakthrough, my primary consideration is that it gets people to lock for 15 years, hard lock, unlike any financial instrument that has ever existed before. Bonds, you can get out. T-bills, you can sell. Hex, you lock for 15 years, you are not getting out. In Hex, you hold for a long time, and that has never been seen before. It's a breakthrough. The second component, which I believe may also be Nobel Prize worthy, is the way the share system works. The share price modulates to ensure that the longer always pays better than the shorter. The share price increases forever, always, to cancel out the gains that anyone makes. Since there's always gains, the share price always goes up. It doesn't matter if a new all-time high share price is ever found again, or a new all-time high ROI. That doesn't matter. If someone puts in Hex, stakes it, which burns the Hex, logs that it has occurred, they get shares. The longer they lock, the more shares they get. When that person ends that stake, and let's say they ended on time with no penalties, they mint their Hex. When they mint their Hex, the system says, okay, We want to make sure that you can never buy more shares than you originally had unless you stake for longer. In order to make sure you can never do that, we're going to increase the share price. By we, I really mean the guy running the code. The guy that runs the code is also the guy that ratchets up the share price. The guy that mints their coins is also the person who also ratchets up the share price because it's a peer-to-peer system. The network participants are the people that make everything happen. Nothing happens automatically. Everything is run by an individual network participant with their own private keys. No one else in the world can do it for them. So the person who mints the reward is the only person in the world that can do so. They are private keys. You do the work, you generate the coins. Like Bitcoin, where the miners mint their own rewards, hex stakers mint their own rewards. That means it is a variable price system based on network participant behavior, monetizing time, and the value of money and delayed gratification in ways that have never been done before. This method of a consensus network based on monetizing time has never existed before. Hex is the first in the history of the world. Chapter 5, Charity. Better and worse charities. Are we worried about kids hacking up some viruses in their basement in 20 years? Well, yeah, you probably should be. Are we worried about why everything else that's ever lived here is permanently extinct? Yeah, I think that's probably worth working on. Permanent extinction sucks. If you think that donating to a poetry charity is the highest and best use of your funds, it means you're okay with a lot of human suffering and death. You may not realize that because you don't have a very broad worldview, but it's a fact. It's not a comfortable fact, but it's a fact. I think if you're going to measure one charity versus another, or one investment versus another, there are better and worse options. Here's a question. Is it better that someone would want to fund a poetry charity, leave their money in a bank, which gives lower income families better loan interest rates because their money is sitting in the bank? Or is it better that they fund that poetry charity? Maybe there are some people that don't care about all this science technology crap and they just want to feel good, touchy, artsy kinds of stuff, and make the world a better place anyway. You have to account for a human being's innate desires. There are some great musicians that the world would be much worse off without if they were all scientists and there was no music anymore. Businesses are better than charities. I think it's funny anytime people decide to give money to a charity at the expense of giving it to a business, because businesses are just charities that only perform their charitable work when you are willing to enjoy the thing so much that you are willing to pay for it yourself, thus funding the charity. All businesses are charities, except in order to receive the benefits of the charity, which is a good or a service, you actually have to support the charity financially with a donation, which they call the sale price. The belief that charities are somehow better than businesses is a little misguided, and the vast majority of things that make our lives on this planet good are the result of for-profit labor. I think the vast majority of people that get off their butts and actually do something for the world or themselves are results of gainful employment. Now, without the gainful employment and without the voting with dollars that is capitalism, the amount of waste and messed upness and sitting around and stupidity would be damn near immeasurable. I think it's useful to see what charities may be good for, and that is doing things that truly cannot be easily monetized. So this is the highest and best form of organization that we have been able to find similar to the democratic system. It sucks. It doesn't work in theory or in practice, but it's the best we've got, so that's what we do. Maybe one day there will be a for-profit, capitalistic type of way to save people, but I have to imagine that whatever charitable reasons people have to give, if you could find a way to monetize it and turn it into a business, their activities would be as charitable, giving to those businesses instead of charities. Maybe charities are more effective in this world, but I've never personally met one that did anything good. Hope leads to charity. Charity leads to contempt. Charity robs people of dignity. This causes them to hate you. There is a saying similar to this with biblical origins, though I've looked into it and it's rather cluttered. Probably better just to execute on my own version. However, here is the biblical context for my own reasoning purposes. Leviticus 25, verses 35 to 40. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and are unable to support themselves among you, help them as you would a foreigner and a stranger, so they can continue to live among you. Do not take interest or any profit from them, but fear your God, so that they may continue to live among you. You must not lend them money at interest or sell them food at a profit. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan, and to be your God. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. They are to be treated as hired workers or temporary residents among you. They are to work for you until the year of Jubilee. And Proverbs 22, verse 7. The rich rule over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender. Are charities actually performing? How conceited would you need to be in order to think that you didn't need to do what Bill Gates needed to do to get where you wanted the world to be? Nobody else I know gives as much to charity as Bill. I mean, absolutely nobody. Throughout the whole history of my life, nobody cares about anybody. Where I grew up, what's charity? No concept of what charity is, and why would you give to it? I don't believe that there's enough people giving, and especially business people. Like, why would I give to charity? I'm trying to make my next deal. Give to charity? What are you talking about? Give to charity? I'm given to a charity. It's called my Lexus. I think the people that give to charity are such a small group. That's what it feels like to me. And if that wasn't the case, then I would expect there to be a lot more charitable stuff going on. When you go out in the street and you walk around, how many things do you see that are charities? If there were all these people giving all that money to charity, I would expect there to be some visible effects. For example, a building that had a charity spot written on it. Look at all those cool things we do with the charity money. I've never seen that kind of building. You don't have to be charitable to support causes. You can go invest in certain startups that have a certain flavor and get rich. Because let me tell you, if you knew how much women spent on anti-aging face cream, it'd shock you. Apparently, people don't like looking old. They probably like being old slightly less. How much would someone pay to be able to fix their face collagen? 50 billion? 100 billion? Easily. That's a big goddamn market. You don't have to be charitable to support these things. Elon Musk was charitable, but that guy is rolling in money right now, isn't he? Well, it turns out sometimes doing the good thing that's being underdone is worth a ton of money. Chapter 6. Business. False importance. These giant companies that think they are so very important aren't actually that important. Your local restaurant is actually much more important to you, or your electricity provider. This is because companies such as Facebook or Yahoo do a very little bit for lots and lots of people. It's not that these giant companies actually matter that much at all to any individual. However, they have the ability to touch so many more people that they look lots more important than the companies that actually are important, but don't get to affect so many people so lightly. Economic tragedies. One of the biggest tragedies is that we want to keep our ideas secret. Think about all of the times you have been interacting with a business and thought of a really good idea they should implement, or noticed how they could do something better, but didn't tell them about it. Or think about all of the good ideas that you've had that you thought would make a good business or invention that you didn't tell anyone about. Every time one of those ideas dies inside your mind, never acted upon, sometimes even forgotten, it's a great loss to the world. Because there's all kinds of people out there that have so much free time and boredom that would love to act on a great idea. Hell, they might even have had the tools ready to execute a great idea, but they never learned about it. Because you know that if you spread the idea before you have the ability to make any money on it, then the best part of the idea, the part where you get to be rich and respected for coming up with such a cool idea, are lost. Salespeople are amazing because they cause a chain of do events to occur. That's why salespeople are so amazing. They convince you to let someone else do something for you, and then by proxy, you have done something for yourself. Then someone else is going to have more money to pay you to do whatever it is you do for them, instead of doing something for yourself and building it yourself and learning how to do it. When you pay someone else to do that thing for you, what you, in effect, are doing is giving someone else the ability to then use the money that you gave them or the goodwill that you gave them to entice somebody, who may even be you, to do something. Basically, when you purchase something from someone else because it was sold to you, either through great text or viral marketing of some sort, then by proxy, you are doing something for yourself. By letting someone else sell to you and taking their goods, you are improving your life. They actually just caused you to do more work for someone else because you now need to replace the money that is missing. It's pretty funny how everyone villainizes corporations. For instance, they want to pretend that you are an independent contractor instead of a real employee, or do whatever they need to make sure that you are a part-time employee and not a full-time one, because then they would have to pay you benefits and you would have more rights. That is to say, it could be that these are evil and underhanded behaviors. However, to hate the corporation is the wrong tactic. There really is no such thing as a corporation. It's just other people. You have to hate the individuals. And if a company is evil, you should name the person making it so, not give them a shield of anonymity by naming the company. A system where you can't tell an employer that an employee was bad is pretty terrible for everybody. Imagine the perverse incentives of paying people that make money when you make money and don't care about when they lose all your money because they don't lose any of their own. The whole hedge fund volatility amplification for profit with the occasional too big to fail bailout bonus pays off. Entrepreneurship is the motivational system of the economic superintelligence. There's a constant battle going on between the brands of the world trying to maintain margin and have high prices to attract distributors and retailers with, while still being able to sell at a lower price to other countries that can't afford that high price stuff. As far as I'm concerned, that's a battle for these brands to screw over the majority of people and hook up some people with a really, really reasonable deal, which they should already be giving to everyone else. With pricing volatility and randomness to your wholesaler chain or your retailer chain, you can entice competitors to come onto the market only to be blown out by your lower prices as established incumbent. Then, if you don't choose to load enough before the prices, then you get the benefits of the higher prices for a period. I think that there is a method by which you can produce the amount of margin that you lose to competitors by having randomized price increases that come and go and are unpredictable. I hear about people pricing in the future and commodities trades and speculation, and for that to be true, for some event to occur, and to not actually change the price because it was already accounted for, I think what that would have to mean is that the people that bought and hold, hoping that it went up, were all wrong and they got screwed. If you believe that people can price things in before they occur, well, then the people that are doing the pricing, it doesn't work. It seems as though the people that are expecting the future to be different are having to be wrong about it. I don't know, maybe that little tiny margin and nothing more is enough for them, the difference between today and the expected. If you are able to magically reduce a company's cost of products to zero, you actually haven't done much for their business. Let's say a business gets 100 customers a year and they make $100,000 per customer. That's $1 million a year. Their cost of goods was $500,000. So you reduce their cost of goods to zero, which makes them an extra $500,000, and that's it. Now, what if someone else wasn't able to affect their cost of goods at all, except that they could increase their sales by tenfold? Well, now they're making 5 million divided by 2, which is 2,500,000 in profit. Which is more valuable to them? The guy that can reduce their cost to zero, which, by the way, they can't go below zero. That's your limit. Or the guy that increases their sale by tenfold or 100-fold, 1,000-fold. That's actually doable. That's actually a thing you can do unless you've already got insane market share. When people want to make a lot of money and get rich, I try to tell them to get on the sales side because it's got exponential growth capacity. Whereas cost savings, manufacturing differences, and those things do not have exponential growth capacity at all unless you combine them with the required sales increases. Scalable business and structure. I asked my father once how hard he works, and he said 7 days a week during the summer and 5 days a week during the winter. During the summer, there would be 14-hour days. It amazes me how he can work that hard and not be wealthy. I was in that business with him, doing the same work that he did, and it turns out that in some businesses, it is very hard to become wealthy. Because if you are in an industry that's been around for a long time, there's no margin in it, and the margins will get smaller while the costs will get higher. Sometimes the price that you charge doesn't increase the same way that your cost basis does, and thus there are some businesses that you don't want to be in. There's a lot that you don't want to be in. It's extremely hard to scale. When I got out of my dad's business and went into selling boxes, I could sell 10 times as many boxes in a year. Same number of employees, same amount of store space, probably a better cost basis with my vendors. If you're in the service industry, you cannot fix 10 times as many in a year. You are screwed. You need to hire 10 times the people, and now you need to hire somebody to manage the people, and you're going to get a lower quality of people. There are some businesses that just do not scale, and you are not going to get rich with them unless you are willing to cheat. I wasn't, and my father wasn't. In that business, there are some people that, when you call them out to fix your stuff, they break it, and now you need to pay a lot because it's broken because they broke it. If you get one of those disingenuous, evil monsters that comes out and does more harm than good, those guys get rich, I'm quite sure, because they do 3 times the volume of sales because every call that they go on doesn't result in a $125 bill. It comes out to a $1,250 bill because they destroyed it. Unless you are willing to steal, there are businesses that once they have been around long enough, and there's nothing new and the barrier to entry is low, you're not going to make money. My friend Tony says that he wants to do a business. I met him at a business conference. I still love business. I'm addicted to thinking about it. Almost everything good that I have in my life has been the result of business. If not one that I owned, giving me the money to purchase a thing or good or service, it's been the other side of the transaction where I am able to live in a nice place, and a long time ago someone built it. That someone was probably a business. I have clothes that I enjoy wearing because being naked in the cold sucks. Almost everything that you enjoy in your life, whether you are a capitalist or a hippie or a business psycho, is a result of people working hard and in a structure which we call business. Thank God we have businesses because the other structures that allow people to be productive, well, they are usually worse. Slavery is one such thing that allows production without business. Family slavery, being too young to make decisions for yourself, is another form of production without business. In my life, the computers I use, the clothes I wear, the food I eat, and everything I enjoy that enriches my life is quite often the product of business. If you're not in love with businesses, you're pretty much not paying attention to the world you live in. Everything that's good in this world, 90% of it, is the result of a business, so starting one can be a beautiful thing. Starting one is how you give people a higher and better purpose for their life than they would have had otherwise. Without the business infrastructure that people are currently engaged in, or depending on your perspective, trapped in, a lot of people might sit at home, be lazy, do nothing, live in mud huts instead of cool concrete buildings, poop in buckets instead of fancy porcelain toilets. Can you imagine if you had to make a toilet out of porcelain? I have no idea how to make porcelain at all, even if you gave me a diagram for a toilet. Unless I had some PVC laying around and some glue, I'm not sure how I'd make it, so thank God for toilets and plumbing, thank God for the English language and the roads that we drive on, and the concept of reciprocity, and the concept of owing and fairness, which allow people to work together. The only reason you show up to work is because you think you're getting a paycheck on Friday. You've got a good reason to believe that you will, because if they say that they are going to pay you and they don't, then some other people with guns and violence are going to incarcerate them on your behalf. You won't even have to do it. That's pretty cool. It's cool that we found a way to control people to the degree that the only people that are allowed to execute violence for the most part have your best interest in mind. Some things are counterintuitive, like trade-ins. So if you want to get rid of something that you own, the worst person to sell it to is the person that sells the same thing of the same category to you new, because they have a relationship with the manufacturer or distribution channel that allows them to purchase that category or the exact thing at the lowest possible price. Therefore, they want to give you the absolute least amount of value for the thing that you're trading in. You should be better off taking the thing that you're trading in, selling it to anybody else in the world, and then using the money that came from that. Then you are providing more value to these people because they can't get it this cheaply as you would by trading in something. New business. I'll explain it to you from the processor's perspective. New business starts up. New business gets customers. New business bills cards. New business pretends to ship products. New business gets paid. 1 month later, people start complaining. Where's my product? Uh-oh, new business disappears. Credit card company or credit card processing company missing lots of money. How does credit card processing company avoid this? They cannot. What do? They try to reduce that dilemma by holding some of your money for 6 months. Why 6 months? Because after 6 months, you can't charge back anymore, unless it's an American Express. I know you can do it for a year. Insurance companies have pretty accurate statistical data. Let me tell you how good these numbers are. Christopher Hitchens says it best. Outrageous claims demand outrageous evidence. If you want to make very strong claims, you should have very strong evidence. There's an industry called the insurance industry. It's very profitable. They make money knowing how someone just like you is going to die and when. They live or die by that knowledge. They put it into cool little tables called actuarial tables. If insurance companies were wrong, they would go out of business. Turns out they're not wrong. Groups of people, large numbers, averages out very nicely and fit properly into these tables and have been fitting in there for 100 years. They know what you're going to die from and when you're going to die from it. They know how your behavior affects that. Oh, you smoke? You're going to die this much earlier. Oh, you skydive? You're going to die this much earlier. That's the real world. If you don't want to get hit by a car, you know the options you have? You cannot drive. Chapter 7. Population Evolution. Reducing the speed of evolution. With the amount of mixing and catalysts that go into relationships these days, I think you're going to end up with a rapidly evolving population because of the number of partners each party has to choose from is nearly exponentially greater than it has been historically. Therefore, the very best find it easier to hook up with the other very best. Whereas only 30 to 50 years ago, the partners people had were nearly always within 2 to 3 miles of where they were born and likely where they would die, therefore reducing their ability to select an optimum mate and thus reducing the speed of evolution. The result of that is going to be that the top 10% who can find the other top 10% of partners are basically going to diverge in excellence in the quality of their offspring away from the lesser percent partners. Similar to the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer, those with good genes are going to get even better genes, and those with not as favorable genes are going to get even less favorable. I think this increased canalization is just going to increase the range of goodness or suckness of offspring, which is great if you're on the great side of it. Let's discuss nonlinear gains by having more people and people that live longer. The world is undercrowded. If you keep the same standards of education, the same standards of welfare, and you increase the population of the planet by 10 times, you get more than 10 times performance. Because progress is a collaborative act. There was a great television series called Connections by James Burke in the 70s and 80s, which showed how progress in one area led to progress in other areas. The overcrowding conversation seems to be default for people on the side of everyone thinking the world has too many people in it. It's quite stupid, really. Let's take a look at this idea of the world being overcrowded. Are we out of space? Interesting facts. Over 40% of Americans live within 10 miles of the sea border. Why do I mention this to you? Because America is 3,000 miles wide. If everyone just lives on the edges of it, then there is a whole lot of empty space in the middle. Why is it that everyone wants to live on the edges? A couple reasons. One, it's where trade traditionally started, so the things you want to buy would become available there first. Two, people seem to be drawn to the water. Whether this was historically because it was where the most mixing of cultures occurred, or because we know there is food living in those oceans, and food can be pretty hard to come by. It is pretty obvious we have all the space you could ever want. But why are there so many places that appear crowded, perhaps Asia? Because they choose to live on top of each other. It's better. The food is better, the shopping is better. Of course, you want to live in a city instead of the country. Better chances for finding a beautiful mate, better chances for finding a great job. Almost everything is better. Population control. If it wasn't clear, what that means is when there's so many people with messed up stories right next door to you, maybe it's harder to maintain you having an amazing life and them having a terrible life. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe Brazil's a great example of who cares. What about food? There's no way we can feed all these people. You surely can actually feed all those people. Until I see people eating food they really don't like on a regular basis because the price of food is so high due to demand not rising, I wouldn't mind a world where people had to eat algae to survive or figure out a better way to manage the resources that we have on this planet, or better yet, other planets. I think the worst possible solution for overcrowding is to make sure that less people have the chance to live. All this talk of population control is pretty barbaric, really. It's as if you win the lottery of birth, climb the ladder, and then make sure that no one else can get the same benefits you did because you pull the ladder up behind you. The least fair thing you could ever do would be to kill your neighbors because you didn't want to decrease the quality of the food you were eating. The next worst thing would be to make sure that they never even had the chance to live in the first place, because you made sure they were never born. Imagine if someone had made that decision for you before you were born. You'd never have been here. Undercrowding. It's funny how sensitive people are to the population density of the planet when quite literally the whole thing used to be so covered in creatures that they created iron and fossil fuels. Can somebody explain to me how the world has too many people on it, but we're dying of overeating and we have SUVs? Doesn't that mean we have too much space and too much food? Yeah, I think someone's doing their math wrong. From an evolutionary perspective, the richer you get, the more resources you have, the safer and more often you're supposed to have kids. These days, rich people tend to fail hard in the eyes of evolution. It turns out these days that poor people produce more offspring than the rich, which means if you are getting rich, your baby-making parts work less well from an evolutionary perspective. Less offspring means the system that made you thinks you are a bad human. We need more of the right people. Where do the right people often come from? The wrong people, of course. Progress comes from humans. Throw enough crap at the wall, more of it sticks. We need more humans, preferably the useful kind. For those that think the future's not that good, check out Hans Rosling's Birth Rates Are Going Down. Technology is increasing. We will have less people with cooler stuff, therefore higher quality of life, therefore probably less conflict. Boom. If Catholics have widely high birth rates and they make premarital sex and masturbation disallowed and punishable, then perhaps adding the taboo to the built-in lust is actually an effective way to supercharge their lust in the teens. Maybe trying to fight what can't be fought effectively amplifies the opposite outcome and thus has been selected for. Experiments. I'm not sure I like how these experiments are turning out. What's the best ratio of quality to quantity? Maybe disdain for quality and sacrificing aesthetics and comfort for performance, as the seemingly cruel hand of natural selection does, produces the best results over 2 generations? I'm not sure if advertising the suck is useful here. Where are they having kids in larger quantities the right way? Perhaps the reason the people that choose mass quantities of children at the cost of their own enjoyment of life is suboptimal is because it's rather healthy and common to actually care about the quality of your life and not want to risk it by having the maximum number of kids. And for people to select the apparently crazy option, they have to be a little wacky. Perhaps there's a great way to raise kids in mass and be less wacky. I hope so. The rights of the distantly unborn. Perhaps the rights to honor the dead? If we're going to honor things that are nothing more than ideas in our heads, then I think that it should go in more than just the future direction. Let's take a look at the global overcrowding issue. Could it be the case that there are too many people on the planet? Sure, for you there might be. Now, a good habit to take whenever you look at any question is to test different variables. For instance, stick a large and small number in there, a good and a bad outcome, etc. How would you feel about the population of the world being 0? How would you feel about the population of the world being so high that there were so many wars over resources that it was hard for anyone to have a nice life? Now, what if you shift your perspective 100 years in the future? Perhaps the net result of the wars was selection of the fittest. Or perhaps the world no longer exists. You have to test all the outcomes and multiple time frames to really know a thing and to know which perspectives serve you the best. If I advocate for more children in the world and we maintain similar levels of education for them and opportunity, then a better than linear outcome is to be expected. Now, what's my outcome if I lobby for less kids? My skyline has less buildings in it. I get to learn less because less discovery is done, because we have less thinkers thinking. It's just a bad outcome. Possibility. There's a possibility that many of the world's problems get solved purely by distance and crowding. If you see someone starving in the street, you're much more likely to help them out than someone that's in the middle of nowhere that you're only aware of because some other person that's nowhere near them mentioned it and brought it to you via television, radio, or print. Housing. Housing costs are impossible. Include the part where if you save 100,000 euros for 20 years, you still can't afford a house that cost 2,000 per square foot for 2 million euros because the house keeps going up in price. And who do you know that could save 100,000 euros in 20 years after taxes? If the S&P 500 and all of the companies doing research, development, working for efficiency, and new and never-before-seen industries doesn't outperform housing, which has existed in more or less the same format for at least 100 years, then there's something wrong with the world. When the housing market increases in value, it means that the newest people that are born and just came out of high school will never, ever be able to own a house unless they beg their corporate or government overlords to buy it for them and let them work it off. Even in order to have a mortgage, they have to pay a huge transactional cost to get in, a huge transactional cost to get out, and pay government-mandated insurance, or at least mortgage company-mandated insurance. You must insure so that they take from you when you can no longer pay the bills. What's that? Housing prices have gone down? Uh-oh, the economy's gone down the toilet? You lose your job, you can't pay your rent anymore? Well, I guess you can sell your house and pay the bank back. Oh no, because you lost your job for the same reason everyone else lost their job. The housing market's screwed. Nobody's buying houses. If they are buying houses, they're buying them for far less than you did. So now, when you liquidate your house, which you will be forced to do when they foreclose on you, to attempt to pay back some of the debt that you owe the bank, you're screwed. You're in debt because you lost your job and the housing market was correlated with your job. And therefore, when the worst case scenario happens and you lose your job due to the economy, the thing that's supposed to be there to save you, the equity that you have in your house, disappears at the same time. You're not hedged. You don't have your investment, the something that will save you when you need it the most. You're amplifying your risk. When you are most likely to have a job, then people are most likely to have their jobs, and then the housing prices are astronomical. When you lose yours and they lose theirs, everyone's more screwed, amplifying the boom-bust cycle. Therefore, I would say that if you want human beings to be able to own homes without corporate overlords or government overlords, then the homes must be affordable. A bunch of jerks trying to move into the same place and buy the same home instead of spreading out a little bit is stupid. Furthermore, the housing industry hasn't had any progress in 100 years, nor is it likely to be expected to, until very strong robots start stacking bricks on their own, which we're not at yet. Even if we do get there, it's not because the housing market allowed it to happen. It's because of people that are currently in the S&P 500, the actual businesses out there, learning, building, experimenting, becoming more efficient. Those people are actually making the world a better place, and those people allowed the robots to do those things. If the housing market ever gets better, it's because everyone else but the housing market allowed it to do so. I do not believe in real estate investment. I do not believe in the transactional, and I'm a licensed mortgage broker. I owned a mortgage company. I do not believe in a transactional cost and the bid-ask spreads that go on when you want to get in or out of a property. I do not believe in the maintenance and upkeep cost, the risk of civil asset forfeiture and acts of God. Oh, hey, your house gets messed up, but magically your insurance policy can wiggle out of it? Oh well, all gone. Oh, I thought I was covered for that. No, you were just 10 feet out of the flood zone. Sorry, we didn't sell that insurance deposit to you. We didn't think you needed it. What a scam, right? So, when you buy the S&P 500, what's your bid-ask spread? Nothing. What's your liquidity? Sell anytime you want. What's your capital gains benefit? All you want. Can you get loans against that? Sure. What do you pay to get a loan against your stock portfolio? Well, not that much transactionally. What do you pay to get a loan against your house? Refinance? Oh boy, we're going to get a lot of money. I'm not an expert on personal loans against assets. My point is, the businesses of the world, many of which are probably traded, are creating what the future looks like. The housing market is doing the opposite of creating what the future looks like. It's sucking up capital and amplifying the boom-bust cycle and screwing everyone over. More money should go into companies building the future than into the people hoarding the past and hoarding the "I must live here, this is rare, only one exists" nonsense, human emotion of scarcity, when there's a lot of land that can be made great. If less people would have that stupid idea that they've got to live in that single spot, then we could have a lot of really cool other places. But instead, we just buy into diminishing returns in the same place. Screw real estate investment, screw transactional costs, screw upkeep, and screw historically low returns compared to the stock market. Stocks? Yes. Real estate? No. Making the world a better place. Dinosaurs are extinct because they didn't have a space program. 99.8% of everything that has ever lived here is permanently extinct. We are going to be permanently extinct. Well, unless we get off our butts and actually do something about it. Who are these people that need to magically get off their butts? Seems like some euphemistic nonsense. Of every single living thing on this planet that is permanently extinct, extinction is the rule, not the exception. We too will be extinct soon if we don't get our act together. What does getting our act together look like? An asteroid will definitely destroy all life on this planet unless we catch it and redirect it before it gets here. Probability? Designer viruses will kill many of us once kids can hack together viruses at home as easily as they are hacking websites and the PlayStation Network today. Universal basic income. Universal income. The robots are coming to take your job. People need a basic income. We need more people, not less, preferably in places where they're going to be educated and not undereducated. We need the population of the planet to be 10 times larger. We need lifespans to be 10 times longer. We need more research. We need aging defeatism to disappear. You need to do things at scale. Here's why scaling matters. If you don't own a business, you're screwed. And the more of each one of these things we do, the longer, happier, and healthier we will all live. Planetary redundancy versus longevity. Elon's strategy is planetary redundancy. That doesn't work for me. I care more about my life and my loved ones' lives. We don't want to work on just this one issue. To quote Andrew Carnegie, some people say, don't put all your eggs in one basket. I say, put all your eggs in one basket and watch it very carefully, and then see what works better. X events. I prefer to focus on this less because I know 100% I will be dying soon. And of what? It's very, very unlikely these things are going to kill me. From a me-centric focus, it would be a misallocation of resources. If you care about future people more than you care about yourself, it would greatly amplify the importance of extinction events because they affect not only you, but everyone like you, both now and for the rest of time, exponentially. It's exponential because the number of souls that would be caused to never exist through human extinction would not only be those not born today, but all of the offspring they would have had down through the rest of time. One of the Skype founders' hobbies is to look at these extinction level events. Really smart and effective people like Bill Gates and Elon Musk are working on their own projects. Chapter 8: Societal Behavior. Immigration. Every nation's default position is go screw yourself. If you want to move to another nation, you need to be attractive enough to one of their citizens to become married, or attractive enough to get a job over local applicants or attending school. Otherwise, you're told to beat it. Perhaps some extremely small portion of global immigration is of the refugee sort, and it's supposed to be temporary. The fantasy that nations are more friendly than they are is the result of most commenters never trying to emigrate anywhere else. Would you rather have free education, like every other successful country, or a wall that stops no one from flying, driving, or boating over it and overstaying their visa? Real law enforcement does not look like a wall. Real investigators catch real criminals. Invest in tools that work. I like courage. I like useful people immigrating. I realized the huddled masses didn't used to wear suicide vests. Not all masses that are huddled have the same risk to reward ratio. I say bring all the good, honest families and refugees you can bear. However, don't pretend that every refugee or immigrant is the same, for that would be ignorant of their identities as individuals and perhaps members of psychotic groups. There are some very bad places in this world, and what is making them bad isn't the people at the top of them. Unless you have vigilance, nations can regress. There's more than enough awesome immigrants to go around that you need not take the worst of the bunch. Refugees are obviously a special case and extremely well vetted already. Oddly enough, however, once your extremely well vetted refugees are nice and settled in, their cousin, bad hombre, comes to visit for a month sometimes. Thus, A foothold, no matter how innocent, can sometimes turn into the horror that you see in the streets of Nice and Berlin. Nations, societies, racism. If Sweden really wanted to help the world, they could just import all the violent criminals from the rest of the world's crappy and ineffective jail systems and just let them enrich their country. No reason to accept them slowly, one by one, and at only, say, 5% of the current immigrants. Might as well go 100%. I mean, they're already screwing over the women in those countries as evidenced by the gender ratios. Tragedy of the commons. This is the part where we talk about the solutions to the tragedy of the commons. One such solution is to have participants lock a part of their money for use as soon as a certain condition is met. For instance, if you wanted to build a sidewalk for a private community, it would not be very useful for every person to pay for just the sidewalk in front of their property and then be responsible for its construction. It's very likely that the staggered construction of multiple parties using different materials and different construction methods at different times would lead to reduced user experience. Probably many of the new blocks laid down would get concrete splatter on the blocks already laid. You can bet that someone wants a wooden sidewalk and another asphalt, and someone is seeing if they can get away with hardened mud. Thus, the solution is to have everyone lock the funds into a conditional contract where no one's funds are actually used until there are enough funds to complete the project. A good analogy would be that of a slingshot. You can't really do much with a long shot unless you have the strength and room available to pull the sling back far enough. The same is true for any project. It's not so useful to start something that you can't finish, as an unfinished thing is often much uglier and less useful than a finished thing. If you decide to rotate the tires on your car and leave a wheel off, you won't have a useful car anymore. The tragedy of the commons is when people are chewing the same problem over and over again. Something has to be done, but nobody wants to take the responsibility. For example, if you are developing a lighthouse, who should be paying for it? Who is going to put their money first and then wait for anybody else to pitch in? Nevertheless, the last one who makes the move gets all the advantages. Or how do you go up to people and ask them to invest in your business? There is a cryptographic solution like different crowdfunding projects on websites like Kickstarter. It takes a little bit of effort to do marketing and set up a billing process. But what is the point of going to a highly saturated market with so many projects? There is a big chance for you to lose. Great countries. Why, as a great country as Germany or any other European country, would you need to import terrible culture from outside your borders when you get all the benefits and profitability of ownership while leaving the junk culture somewhere else? Distributing citizenship. In a country where they'll let anybody in and their sister and they never kick anybody out, it's a little bit odd to have a policy of only distributing citizenship regardless of how long you've lived here or how much you've paid in taxes. Only distributing it if you speak a language that is totally irrelevant. America, give us your oils. The damn falsity of invading countries for oil. The oil price goes up, not down. The profits from the American companies that get contracts in the invaded country, or afraid to be invaded country. You want oil? Make less bombs and buy it with the money you saved. Maybe take the money you spent on bombs and work on more efficient fuel and air mixing, or piston shaping, or spark shaping with multiple spark plugs, or better manufacturing for cheaper turbos. You have a ton of ways to cause more fuel efficiency through investment, and that's exactly what the far less funded car companies have done. They got you more miles on less gas by investing money and time. The same progress could have occurred from the government joining the party and funding research and experiments in the same way. Progress isn't magic. Smart people with funding applied over time towards a compelling and interesting goal. Hell, throw some recognition and competition in there, and you've got a recipe for success. Size of societies. Because of the size of the societies we live in today, it's better to just move on whenever you hit some type of roadblock or speed bump or something than it is to try and punish or do some game theory junk on the people that have wronged you. Nationalism is collective territoriality. Can we stop pretending that we don't care about territoriality? If you let someone within an inch of you and they are too close to your personal space, you'll punch them. If someone comes into your house that you didn't invite in, you'll punch them. We do this punching people that violate what we consider to be our property rights, this territoriality. And so nationalism is just the combined collective execution of that rather normal and rather effective emotional program of excluding others to their own detriment so you can have a greater quality of life. Cultures and governments. There's a lot of cultures where the people that are allowed to execute violence are not morally, by code, bound into what they can do. They take what they want by force, and it makes the lives around them much worse, including their own, but they rarely see it. Take a guy like Putin, who takes more and more for himself, but his country is messed up. Name a Russian product or brand that you want. How do you take a superpower and cripple it to a point where you can't name a single thing that you want from there? And if they are not making any products that you want, they are probably not making any products that they want. So what are they actually doing over there? Drinking vodka and doing that weird dance? There's got to be something more going on over there. They're probably working hard, but they're working hard on the wrong things. Where does that come from? Well, that's a side result from corruption. That's a side effect of not having the right laws, not having the right investments, and not attracting the right talent. Focusing on a language that isn't the global reserve language, where all the new science and film and culture is the most amplified and has the best products. Do you want to be the king at the crappy fish tank, or do you want to be middle management at the awesome fish tank? Well, that's what happens when you allow capitalism, business, goals that are aligned, effective law enforcement, and contracts to take advantage of what works. It may not be the best thing we ever find. I mean, we now have open source projects where we can create things that capitalism cannot compete with. You couldn't pay to create Wikipedia, nearly regardless of how much you would spend, and if you did, you would not make your money back. You could not pay to create IMDb. These are crowd-sourced and crowd-funded. Gain control. We must gain more control over our environment. It is not fair that so many never have the chance at a good life because we have so little mastery of our surroundings. Many go without food, and in the United States, your mental health isn't covered by your health insurance. In many countries, women have not even the right to drive a car or to walk alone in the street without the escort of a male family member or husband. In North Korea, they are starving and brainwashed, and their lot in life hasn't improved in 50 years. How is it that we find ourselves in this place, where bad people are doing bad things with relative impunity? I would say that it is because we live in a world with limited resources, and that we do not need to live in a world with limited resources. As a matter of fact, one day our resources will be so vast that the problems we will face will look nothing like the problems that we face today. If we get there. And that's a big if. Unity is worth nothing. So many people put emphasis on unity and getting over differences. This is entirely the wrong focus. Unity is a friend when the path is true, and unity is the enemy when the path is false. What really matters is the justness of the action and not what percentage of the people are following it. You could say an exception to that is communication networks, where standards, even crappier ones, more than make up for their lack with the ability to participate in the network at all due to standardization. There are these suicide cults where everyone kills themselves in unison. Doing the wrong thing together is far worse than being divided. If diversity is strength, quit trying to destroy it. Many of the proponents of unity also celebrate diversity as strength, which are opposite positions. If diversity is strength, why destroy the diversity of behavior or identity? Chapter 9: Human Behavior. Hero Worship. If you're ever curious how this hero worship and cult of personality occurs, measure the number of hours you've watched somebody like Brad Pitt or Leonardo DiCaprio explaining to you who they are in that role, explaining to you their problems, overcoming their problems, and having greatness in their life. Then measure the number of hours that you have seen, felt, been associated with, listened to, or looked at Batman, and then compare it with loved ones. Over the last 5 or 6 years, how much time have you spent with a loved one explaining a situation to you, working through that situation, finding ways to overcoming it and growing from it, and then compare that to time spent listening to popular musicians and popular actors? In the world that we live in today, with social media and hero worship and gossip magazines, these fake personas invented by screenwriters, executed by professional actors through the lens of professional cinematographers, musicians, and film composers. We are more exposed to those virtual 40-foot-tall people on a movie screen optimized for every single word that comes out of their mouth, as opposed to the real people in the real world who don't say optimized things and who aren't 40 feet tall and who don't have theme music that plays when they walk down the streets. Perhaps we should take advantage of some of what the arts have done to addict us and give us draw in our life and use it for ourselves. Maybe you should let your friends and loved ones in on what you're dealing with and how you might overcome it, or maybe you should pay attention to your loved ones. To tell you the truth, I don't know how your loved ones can compete with some of the stories that are out there because, damn, they are interesting. In summary, if you want to have an impact on this world and you don't have enough money, you can pretty much screw yourself over because the world isn't paying attention to what it should be. The world is paying attention to what it wants, and on the other side of that is a well-oiled, multi-billion-dollar machine built to addict, built to consume, built to give them what they want regardless of what is good for them or not. If you want to influence your friends, your family, and yourself, then you need the money to outcompete those other experts that have taken over your consciousness. Quote, "Frivolity is the frequent companion of pessimism. Let us eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die." The resemblance between various declining nations in this respect is truly surprising. The Roman mob we have seen demanding free meals and public games. Gladiatorial shows, chariot races, and athletic events were their passion. In the Byzantine Empire, the rivalries of the greens and the blues in the hippodrome attained the importance of a major crisis. Judging by the time and space allotted to them in the press and television, football and baseball are the activities which today interest the public in Britain and the United States respectively. The heroes of declining nations are always the same: the athlete, the singer, or the actor. The word celebrity today is used to designate a comedian or a football player, not a statesman, a general, or a literary genius. The problems in this above text are that hero worship can only occur when the heroism is understood, and as the activity goes outside the understanding of the common man, it is unrewardable by the common man. Only the status, not the action. Thus, I believe these deficiencies exist in all cultures, not only those judged to be declining. Also, the mobs didn't demand the free stuff, it was freely given by artificially powerful people and those greedy for votes and other malintended outcomes. This, you see, is the reason that the text regarding refreshing democracy with the blood of patriots and tyrants was issued. Quote, "And what country can preserve its liberties if their rulers are not warned from time to time that their people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms. The remedy is to set them right as to facts, pardon and pacify them. What signify a few lives lost in a century or two? The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is our natural manure. Our convention has been too much impressed by the insurrection of Massachusetts, and in the spur of the moment they are setting up a kite to keep the hen yard in order. I hope in God this article will be rectified before the new Constitution is accepted. Thomas Jefferson to William Stephen Smith, Paris, 13th of November, 1787. Quote, "A democracy cannot exist as a permanent form of government. It can only exist until the voters discover they can vote themselves largesse of the public treasury. From that moment on, the majority always votes for the candidate promising the most benefits from the public treasury, with the result that democracy always collapses over a loose fiscal policy." Professor Alexander Fraser Tyler, writing when the states were still colonies of Great Britain, explaining why democracies always fail. Quote, "If Congress can employ money indefinitely to the general welfare, and are the sole and supreme judges of the general welfare, they may take the care of religion into their own hands. They may appoint teachers in every state, county, and parish, and pay them out of their public treasury. They may take into their own hands the education of children, establishing in like manner schools throughout the Union. They may assume the provision of the poor. They may undertake the regulation of all roads other than post roads. In short, everything from the highest object of state legislation down to the most minute object of police would be thrown under the power of Congress. Were the power of Congress to be established in the latitude contended for, it would subvert the very foundations and transmute the very nature of the limited government established by the people of America." James Madison, Father of the Constitution for the USA, fourth U.S. President source, referring to a bill to subsidize cod fishermen introduced in the first year of the new Congress. Quote, "A nation can survive its fools, and even the ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within. An enemy at the gates is less formidable, for he is known and carries his banner openly, but the traitor moves amongst those within the gate freely, his sly whispers rustling through all the alleys, heard in the very halls of government itself. For the traitor appears not a traitor. He speaks in accents familiar to his victims, and he wears their face and their arguments. He appeals to the baseness that lies deep in the hearts of all men. He rots the soul of a nation. He works secretly and unknown in the night to undermine the pillars of the city. He infects the body politic so that it can no longer resist. A murderer is less to fear." Marcus Tullius Cicero. Sudden wealth syndrome. Winning the lottery. The following information is from a Reddit thread. See footnote 8 for source. "Congratulations, you just won millions of dollars in the lottery. That's great. Now you're screwed. No, really, you are. You see, it's something of an open secret that winners of obnoxiously large jackpots tend to end up badly with alarming regularity. Not the $1 million winners, but anyone in the 9-figure range is at high risk. 8 figures? Pretty likely to be screwed. 7 figures? Yep, painful. Perhaps this is a consequence of the sample. The demographics of lottery players might be exactly the wrong people to win large sums of money. Or perhaps money is the root of all evil. Either way, you are going to have to be careful. Don't believe me? Consider this. Large jackpot winners face double-digit multiples of probability versus the general population to be the victim of homicide, something like 20 times more likely, drug overdose, bankruptcy, how's that for irony, and kidnapping, and triple-digit multiples of probability versus the general population rate to be convicted of drunk driving, the victim of homicide at the hands of a family member 120 times more likely in this case. Ain't love grand? A defendant in a civil lawsuit, a defendant in felony criminal proceedings. Believe it or not, Your biggest enemy, if you suddenly become possessed of large sums of money, is you. At least you will have the consolation of meeting your fate by your own hand. But if you can't manage it on your own, don't worry. There are any number of willing participants ready to help you start your vicious downward spiral for you. Mind you, many of these will be friends, friendly neighbors, or family. Often they won't even have evil intentions. But as I'm sure you know, that makes little difference in the end. Most aren't evil, most aren't malicious, some are, none are good for you. Jack Whitaker, a Johnny Cash attired West Virginia native, is the poster boy for the dangers of a lump sum award. In 2002, Mr. Whitaker, 55 years old at the time, won what was also at the time the largest single award jackpot in U.S. history, $315 million. At the time, he planned to live as if nothing had changed, or so he said. He was remarkably modest and decent before the jackpot, and his ship sure came in, right? Wrong. Mr. Whitaker became the subject of a number of personal challenges, escalating into personal tragedies, complicated by a number of legal troubles. Whitaker wasn't a typical lottery winner either. His net worth at the time of his winnings was in excess of $15 million, owing to his ownership of a successful contracting firm in West Virginia. His claim to want to live as if nothing had changed actually seemed plausible. He should have been well equipped for wealth. He was already quite wealthy after all. By all accounts, he was somewhat modest, low profile, generous, and good natured. He should have coasted off into the sunset. Yeah, not exactly. Whitaker took the all-cash option, $170 million, instead of the annuity option, and took possession of $114 million in cash after $56 million in taxes. After that, things went south. Whitaker quickly became the subject of a number of financial stalkers who would lurk at his regular breakfast hideout and accost him with suggestions for how to spend his money. They were unemployed. No, an interview tomorrow morning wasn't good enough. They needed cash now. Perhaps they had a surefire business plan. Their daughter had cancer. A niece needed dialysis. Needless to say, Whitaker stopped going to his breakfast haunt. Eventually, they began ringing his doorbell. Sometimes in the early morning. Before long, he was paying off-duty deputies to protect his family. He was accused of being heartless, cold, stingy. Letters poured in, children with cancer, diabetes, MS, you name it. He hired 3 people to sort the mail. A detective was retained to filter out the false claims from the con men and women. Brenda, the clerk who had sold Whitaker the ticket, was a victim of collateral damage. Whitaker had written her a check for $44,000 and bought her a house, but she was by no means a millionaire. Rumors that the state routinely paid the clerk who had sold the ticket 10% of the jackpot winnings hounded her. She was followed home from work, threatened, assaulted. Whitaker's car was twice broken into by trusted acquaintances who watched him leave large amounts of cash in it. $500,000 and $200,000 were stolen in 2 separate instances. The thieves spiked Whitaker's drink with prescription drugs in the first instance. The second incident was the handiwork of his granddaughter's friends, who had been probing the girl for details on Whitaker's cash for weeks. Even Whitaker's good faith generosity was questioned. When he offered $10,000 to improve the city's water park so that it was more handicap accessible, locals complained that he spent more money at the strip club. Amusingly, this was true. Whitaker invested quite a bit in his own business, tripled the number of people his business employed, making him one of the larger employers in the area, and eventually he had given away $14 million to charity through a foundation he set up for the purpose. This is, of course, what you are supposed to do: set up a foundation. Be careful about your charity giving. It made no difference in the end. To top it all off, Whitaker had been accused of ruining a number of marriages. His money made other men look inferior, they said, wherever he went in the small West Virginia town he called home. Resentment grew quickly and festered. Whitaker paid 4 settlements related to this sort of claim. Yes, you read that right, 4. His family and their immediate circle were quickly the victims of odds-defying numbers of overdoses, emergency room visits, and even fatalities. His granddaughter, the 18-year-old Brandy, who Whitaker had been giving a $2,100 per week allowance, was found dead after having been missing for several weeks. Her death was apparently from a drug overdose, but Whitaker suspected foul play. Her body had been wrapped in a tarp and hidden behind a rusted-out van. Her 17-year-old boyfriend had expired 3 months earlier in Whitaker's vacation house, also from an overdose. Some of his friends had robbed the house after his overdose, stepping over his body to make their escape and then returning for more before stepping over his body again to leave. His parents sued for wrongful death, claiming that Whitaker's loose purse strings contributed to their son's death. Amazingly, juries are prone to award damages in cases such as these. Whitaker settled again. Even before the deaths, the local and state police had taken a special interest in Whitaker after his newfound fame. He was arrested for minor and less minor offenses many times after his winnings, despite having had a nearly spotless record before the award. Whitaker's high profile couldn't have helped him much in this regard. In 18 months, Whitaker had been cited for over 250 violations, ranging from broken taillights on every one of his 5 new cars to improper display of renewal stickers. A lawsuit charging various police organizations with harassment went nowhere, and Whitaker was hit with court costs instead. Whitaker's wife filed for divorce and, in the process, froze a number of his assets and the accounts of his operating companies. Caesars in Atlantic City sued him for $1.5 million to cover bounced checks caused by the asset freeze. Today, Whitaker is badly in debt, and bankruptcy looms large in his future. But hey, that's just one example, right? Wrong. Nearly 1/3 of multi-million-dollar jackpot winners eventually declare bankruptcy. Some end up worse. To give you a taste of the possibilities, consider the fates of Billy Bob Harrell Jr., $31 million, Texas, 1997. As of 1999, committed suicide in the wake of incessant requests for money from friends and family. Winning the lottery is the worst thing that ever happened to me. William Bud Post III, $16.2 million, Pennsylvania, 1988. In 1989, brother hires a contract murderer to kill him and his 6th wife. Landlady sued for a portion of the jackpot. Convicted of assault for firing a gun at a debt collector. Declared bankruptcy. Dead in 2006. Evelyn Adams, $5.4 million, won twice, 1985, 1986. As of 2001, poor and living in a trailer, gave away and gambled most of her fortune. Suzanne Mullins, $4.2 million, Virginia, 1993. As of 2004, no assets left. Shefik Talmadge, $6.7 million, Arizona, 1988. As of 2005, declared bankruptcy. Thomas Strong, $3 million, Texas, 1993. As of 2006, died in a shootout with police. Victoria Zell, $11 million, 2001, Minnesota. As of 2006, broke, serving 7-year sentence for vehicular manslaughter. Karen Cohen, $1 million, Illinois, 1984. As of 2000, filed for bankruptcy. As of 2006, sentenced to 22 months for lying in federal bankruptcy court. Jeffrey Dampier, $20 million, Illinois, 1996. As of 2006, kidnapped and murdered by his own sister-in-law. Ed Gildian, $8.8 million, Texas, 1993. As of 2003, dead. Wife saddled with his debts. As of 2005, wife sued by her own daughter, who claimed that she was taking money from a trust fund and squandering cash in Las Vegas. Willie Hurt, $3.1 million, Michigan, 1989. As of 1991, addicted to cocaine, divorced, broke, indicted for murder. Michael Klingbeil, $2 million. As of 1998, sued by own mother claiming he failed to share the jackpot with her. Janet Lee, 18 million, 1993, Missouri. As of 2001, filed for bankruptcy with $700 in assets. So, what the hell do you do if you are unlucky enough to win the lottery? This is the absolutely most important thing you can do right away. Nothing. Yes, nothing. Do not declare yourself the winner yet. Do not tell anyone. The urge is going to be nearly irresistible. Resist it. Trust me. 1. Immediately retain an attorney. Get a partner from a larger national firm. Don't let them pawn off junior partners or associates on you. They might try, all law firms might, but insist instead that your lead be a partner who has been with the firm for a while. Do not use your local attorney. Yes, I mean your long-standing family attorney who did your mother's will. Do not use the guy who fought your dry cleaner bill. Do not use the guy you have trusted your entire life because of his long and faithful service to your family. In fact, do not use any firm that has any connection to family or friends or community. Trust me, this is bad. You want someone who has never heard of you, any of your friends, or any member of your family. Go to the closest big city and walk into one of the national firms asking for one of the trust and estates partners you have previously looked up on martindale.com from one of the 50 firms in the United States which has an office near you. You can look up attorneys by practice area and firm on Martindale. 2. Decide to take the lump sum. Most lotteries pay a really pathetic rate for the annuity. It usually hovers around 4.5% annual return or less, depending. It doesn't take much to do better than this, and if you have the money already in cash, rather than leaving it in the hands of the state, you can pull from the capital whenever you like. If you take the annuity, you won't have access to that cash. That could be good. It could be bad. It's probably bad unless you have a very addictive personality. If you need an allowance managed by the state, it is because you didn't listen to point number 1 above. Why not let the state just handle it for you and give you your allowance? Many state lotteries pay you your allowance, the annuity option, by buying U.S. Treasury instruments and running the interest payments through their bureaucracy before sending it to you, along with a hunk of the principal every month. You will not be beating inflation by much, if at all. There is no reason you couldn't do this yourself. If a low single-digit return is acceptable to you, you aren't going to get even remotely the amount of the actual jackpot. Take our old friend Mr. Whitaker. Using Whitaker is a good model, both because of the reminder of his ignominious decline and the fact that his winning ticket was one of the larger ones on record. If his situation looks less than stellar to you, you might have a better perspective on how large your winnings aren't. Whitaker's jackpot was $315 million. He selected the lump sum cash upfront option, which knocked off $145 million, or 46% of the total, leaving him with $170 million. That was then subject to withholding for taxes of $56 million, 33%, leaving him with $114 million. In general, you should expect to get about half of the original jackpot if you elect a lump sum, maybe better, it depends. After that, you should expect to lose around 33% of your already pruned figure to state and federal taxes. Your mileage may vary, particularly if you live in a state with aggressive taxation schemes. Number 3, decide right now how much you plan to give family and friends. This really shouldn't be more than 20% or so. Figure it out right now. Pick your number, tell your lawyer, that's it. Don't change it. 20% of $114 million is $22.8 million. That leaves you with $91.2 million. Do not consult with family when deciding how much to give to family. You are going to get advice that is badly tainted by conflict of interest. And if other family members find out that Aunt Flo was consulted and they weren't, you'll never hear the end of it. Neither will Aunt Flo. This might later form the basis for an allegation that Aunt Flo unduly influenced you, and a lawsuit might magically appear on this basis. No, I'm not kidding. I know of one circumstance related to a business windfall, not a lottery, where the plaintiffs won this case. Do not give anyone cash. Ever. Period. Just don't. Do not buy them houses. Do not buy them cars. Tell your attorney that you want to provide for your family and that you want to set up a series of trusts for them that will total 20% of your after-tax winnings. Tell him you want the trust empowered to fund higher education, some help, not a total purchase of their first home, some provision for weddings, whatever. Do not put yourself in the position of handing out cash. Once you do, if you stop, you will be accused of being a heartless bastard or bitch. Trust me, it won't go well. It will be easy to lose perspective. It is now the duty of your friends, family, relatives, hangers-on, and their inner circle to skew your perspective, and they take this job quite seriously. Setting up a trust, a managed fund for your family that is in the double-digit millions is amazingly generous. You need never have trouble sleeping because you didn't lend Uncle Jerry $20,000 in small denomination unmarked bills to start his chain of deep-fried peanut butter pancake restaurants. Your attorney will have a number of good ideas how to parse this wealth out without turning your siblings, spouse, children, grandchildren, cousins, waitresses into the latest Paris Hilton. 4. You will be encouraged to hire an investment manager. Considerable pressure will be applied. Don't. Investment managers charge fees, usually a percentage of assets. Consider this, if they charge 1%, which is low, I doubt you could find this deal actually, they have to beat the market by 1% every year just to break even with a general market index fund. It is not worth it, and you don't need the extra return or the extra risk. Go for the index fund instead if you must invest in stocks. This is a hard rule to follow. They will come recommended by friends. They will come recommended by family. Investment managers will sound smart. They will have lots of cool acronyms. They will have a nice PowerPoint presentation. They might pay for your shrimp cocktail at lunch at TGI Fridays while reminding you how poor their side of the family is. They live for this stuff. You should smile, thank them for their time, and then tell them you will get back to them next week. Don't sign anything. Don't write it on a cocktail napkin. Lottery lawsuit cases have been won and lost over drunkenly scrawled cocktail napkin addition and subtraction figures with lots of zeros on them. Never call them back. Trust me, you will thank me later. This tactic, smiling, thanking people for their time, and promising to get back to people, is going to have to become familiar. You will have to learn to say no gently without saying the word no. It sounds underhanded, sneaky. It is, and it's part of your new survival strategy. I mean the word survival, quite literally. Get all this figured out before you claim your winnings. They aren't going anywhere. Just relax. Number 5. If you elect to be more global about your paranoia, use between 20% and 33% of what you have not decided to commit to a family fund immediately to purchase a combination of longer-term U.S. Treasuries. 5 or 10-year are a good idea, and perhaps even another G7 Treasury instrument. This is your safety net. You will be protected from yourself. You are going to be really tempted to start being a big investor. You are going to be convinced that you can double your money in Vegas with your awesome roulette system by funding your friend's amazing idea to sell lemming dung, buying land for oil drilling, by shorting the North Pole ice market. This all sounds tempting because even if I lose it all, I still have X amount of millions left. Anyone could live on that comfortably for the rest of their life. Yeah, except for 33% of everyone who won the lottery. You're not going to double your money, so cool it. Let me say that again. You're not going to double your money, so cool it. Right now, you'll get around 3.5% on the 10-year US Treasury. With 18.2 million, 20% of 19.2 mil after your absurdly generous family gift, invested in those, you will pull down $638,400 per year. If everything else blows up, you still have that, and you will be in the top 1% of income in the United States. So how about you not mess with it, eh? And that's income that is damn safe. If we get to the point where the United States defaults on those instruments, we are in far worse shape than worrying about money. If you are really paranoid, you might consider picking another G7 or otherwise mainstream country other than the US, according to where you want to live if the United States dissolves into anarchy or Britney Spears is elected to the United States Senate. Put some fraction in something like Swiss government bonds at 3%. If the Swiss stop paying on their government debt, well, then you know money really means nothing anywhere on the globe anymore. I'd study small field sustainable agriculture if you think this is a possibility. You might have to start feeding yourself. Number 6. That leaves, say, 80% of 91.2 million or 72.9 million. Here is where things start to get less clear. Personally, I think you should dump half of this, or 36.4 million, into a boring S&P 500 index fund. Find something with low fees. You are going to be constantly tempted to retain sophisticated advisors who charge nominal fees. Don't. Period. Even if you lose every other dime, you have $638,400 per year you didn't have before that will keep coming in until the United States falls into chaos. Screw advisors and their fees. Instead, drop your $36.4 million in the market in a low-fee vehicle. Unless we have an unprecedented downturn, the likes of which the United States has never seen, should return around 7% or so over the next 10 years. You should expect to touch not even a dime of this money for 10 or 15 or even 20 years. In 20 years, 36.4 million could easily become 115 million. Number 7. So you have to put a safety net in place. You have provided for your family beyond your wildest dreams, and you still have 36.4 million in cash. You know you will be getting $638,400 per year unless the Capitol building is burning. You don't ever need to give anyone you care about cash, since they are provided for generously and responsibly and can't blow it in Vegas, and you have a huge nest egg that is growing at market rates. What now? Whatever you want. Go ahead and burn through 36.4 million in hookers and blow if you want. You've got more security than 99% of the country. A lot of it is in trusts, so even if you are sued, your family will live well and progress across generations. If your lawyer is worth his salt, I bet he is, then you will be insulated from most lawsuits anyhow. Buy a nice house or two. Make sure they aren't stupid investments, though. Go ahead and be an angel investor and fund some startups, but refuse to do it for anyone you know. Friends and Money, Oil and Water. Michael Corleone. Play, have fun. You earned it by putting together the shoe sizes of your whole family on one ticket and winning the jackpot. These preceding comments include excellent advice. I used to work at a lottery. I even gave out the big novelty checks sometimes, and I have told many family and friends that the smart people who win the lottery do not show up right away. The smart people follow most of the advice given in that most excellent series of posts. However, they also do a few other things. Change all telephone numbers and ensure the new ones are unlisted before going to claim the prize. Stop home mail delivery. Get a P.O. box, and if your postal service allows it, ensure that mail is only delivered if it is addressed to the family members whose names are listed as belonging to the P.O. box. Change all your billing records to the new address and phone number before claiming the prize. Once you have actually eventually claimed the prize, do not read mail from sources you do not know. The sob stories will break your heart. Save yourself the anguish and do not read them. In some jurisdictions, you must agree to some minor publicity when you collect your prize. This can frequently mean a photograph and your name in the media. I have a few pieces of advice for this. Only one person should collect the winnings. You want to minimize the chance that you are going to be recognized. If there is more than one person in the photo, then there is double the chance that one of you might get recognized. Try to be as anonymous as possible. Ask that the novelty check and subsequent media release name you without using your full name. So, if you are John Quincy Smith, ask to be identified as J.Q. Smith. This doesn't work as well if you have an uncommon family name, but in some cases it can help anonymize you a bit. If you're likely to be photographed, then now's the time to play dress up. Wear a hat, wear sunglasses if you can. Men, grow some facial hair. You are going to get your 15 minutes of fame whether you like it or not. So my advice is to look as unidentifiable as possible when you go to get your prize. If the lottery corporation has prize offices in more than one location, collect your prize at a location that is as far away as possible or where you know the fewest people before collecting the prize. You will have already made your arrangements for the funds. Collect the check and immediately deliver it to the bank, to your lawyer, wherever you have made your previous arrangements. As soon as you deposit your winnings, you and your family need to disappear for a month. Most of the excitement and focus will be in the immediate aftermath of you winning the prize. Now is the time for you and your family to rent a cottage on a beach in a foreign country and lay low. I think this advice, combined with the most excellent advice given above, will help you manage your winnings and hopefully insulate you a bit from the madness of a jealous public. Getting rich. If you are a self-made man, oftentimes people will ask you how they can become wealthy as well. Here's a funny way to look at it. If you were the only person on a deserted island, you would be exactly as wealthy as you made yourself. Want a house? Build it. Want a fancy dinner? Make it. Want a nice haircut? Do it. Having courage, risk management. People say it's rare to get killed by a shark. How few people are in the water, though? As an example, pit bulls, not dangerous as a percentage of total danger. However, take a look what percentage of dog attacks they are compared to total dogs. Real risk management means less focus on terrorism and more focus on things that actually happen. Pools drown kids way more often than terrorists kill kids. How much money are we spending on pool safety? What about safer roads? Some intersections are vastly more dangerous than others. Can't we spend more to fix that? There is such a thing as real, properly weighted risk management, where mathematical measurement of hazard is weighed more than emotional outrage. There is an entire Wikipedia page on the common errors in thinking and perception that humans make. Let's call out the places where we are making the errors in specific. Energy distribution and reducing accidents. When you're on an airplane, you sit at an incline a lot of the time, and so you would need to recline the chairs more to make up for it. But it is totally safer. It is actually documented, and that's why I like it. This question will pop up every once in a while on Hacker News or Reddit, and people ask, if you're on a train, which seat is more safe, the front one or the back one? That's why you should sit backwards. And the reason is because you die from specific parts of your body failing, and the likelihood that a specific part of your body fails is in direct proportion to the distribution of energy. If the energy is spread over a long distance, then you don't get crippled. But if it's spread over a short distance, then it causes a critical system failure in a certain spot. That's why bullets work so well. If a bullet was the size of your body, it wouldn't work that well. That's how body armor works. It catches the bullet and redistributes the energy over a larger space so you don't get perforated. Sitting backwards has the same principle, distributing the force over the widest amount of area to increase the likelihood that you don't have a critical system failure. Vanity and muscular guys. Hard work? I like anytime people see truly muscular dudes, especially ones that put it on quickly and they go, well, it's just hard work. And you're trying to tear them down by telling stories. Okay, well, Sure, maybe that guy's not on steroids, but let me ask you a question. You look at the sales number for the steroid company and you see they're selling billions and zillions of units. Who do you think has taken those? Vanity is the power everyone else has over you. This guy I know thinks we're going to have a cancer cure in the next 20 years. So he's doing things such as taking HGH, human growth hormone, to increase muscle mass. I think it's because of his vanity. It's my personal opinion, which I don't mind at all. Vanity, cool. That's the power the rest of the world has over you. But people think that's their power. It's actually reversed. Vanity is the power that the rest of the world has over you. A lot of people try so hard to be important, and they think it makes them more powerful. But in fact, it makes them less powerful. Everybody else makes the decision, not you. Internet tough guys. The internet is a funny place. A loser there may project that a pretty woman would reject them on sight, and thus, without ever interacting with them at all, sets out to destroy her life. I imagine funnily because they hate her, and feel that by causing her pain somehow they're less of a loser. I guess it's the execution of tit-for-tat strategy. However, he imagined the first tat. It never happened. As it is with the saying, this is why we can't have nice things. You can't put your address or phone number on the internet with a pretty picture of yourself if you're a woman, because some useless piece of trash is going to punish you for it. Being right and having a new enemy is not what you're looking for. My buddy Bill says that I'm very pragmatic, and he's about the only guy to say that. I've had a lot more people tell me that I preach a lot. In fact, my nickname when I used to play on a paintball team was Preach, because man, I like to spread ideas that I believe in. I'm creative enough to find the framework where anything I say would fit. If I want to talk about something, I'll find the bridge to get there and make it relevant. It's bad for everything. Being right and having a new enemy is not what you're looking for. I'm smarter than you are. Now tell me to screw myself despite both of us. It's really not the right way to do things. It would be great if kids had better role models. If you care about this other non-cool stuff, the non-get-laid stuff, if you care about that, then you're less likely to have kids, and those ideas are less likely to get passed on. We have a heavy weighting in the societies in the world today towards things that get you laid, because people are bad at contraception. The more you get laid, the more kids you're going to have, unless you're good at contraception or your dick doesn't work. Either one of those is fine, I guess. It would be great if kids had better role models. It would be great if there were enough people that made money with biotech startups that kids say, heck, yeah, man, I want to do that. That's great. Die like Steve Jobs. How do you know that you're living your life the right way unless you're actually knowledgeable of what the hell you're really doing? Your relationship with the world, your relationship with your family, your relationship with yourself. Unless you're keeping track of those relationships, you'll do a Heath Ledger. I could list you all types of people that were successful and are doing way worse than you and me. Successful people, the world loved them, tons of resources, dead as ever. Didn't have to go that way, right? Human robustness, behavioral diversity, and redundancy. This lion was poached by a dentist and it pissed everybody off. Some people that love animals hated this guy for killing the lion, and other people that like humans hated those people for being so outraged about an animal when real human beings are dying. In reality, they're all idiots, and here's why. If you're lucky enough that some humans are compassionate about a single issue, thank goodness, and take that blessing for what it is, you will find that in the scheme of humanity, we need people to be different so that we have robustness and resistance to different types of mess-ups. We have geographic redundancy, so if there's a disaster somewhere, there are some people left somewhere else. We also need behavioral redundancy. Some people love animals, some people need to love people, some people need to do those charities, and it's not reasonable for you to just hate someone that's doing something wrong by your book, but it's still infinitely better than what they could have done. Is Elon Musk going to Mars going to cause me to die earlier? Yes. however much less early if he blew it on a yacht. The fact that he wants to go to Mars is fabulous, and it would be more fabulous if his thoughts were more in line with mine. Let's not bad talk the poor guy because he's still doing better than anybody else. How about we go find some people that are doing way worse than him and either catch them up with where he is or take them to the next level where we want them to be in the human resources, in the human biology. The funny thing about most performance in progress is that it's not intellectual for most people. For most people, if you want to buy some expensive thing, you work more hours, you save more money, you spend less on other items, then after a while, you have the thing you want. Many people look at self-help and personal development as some kind of scam because it has a touchy-feely, emotional energy to it, when that's what they're missing. They're missing the touchy-feely, emotional stuff. It's the same reason if you go see a film, right? Why is it colored purple and blue and green? Why are the tints all weird? Why are the cameras at positions that humans' heads never go? Because it makes for a better movie. The touchy-feely energy is the thing that makes the movie good. It's the thing that makes the music good, right? Why don't we just carry a single tune, just constant? Well, we just don't, all right? We don't exactly know why we like something more than that. But that magic that makes art good, music good, and film good is the same magic that you'll get off your butt to do what you always knew you should. Smarter people. I wonder if you measured the heat output of smarter people if they run at a higher idle speed, therefore consume more energy in their brains. If you could measure that somehow, maybe similar to an efficient CPU, they're actually faster and generate less heat waste if they're getting better designed or have smaller process node size. The most effective or wealthy people are rarely the smartest. The least useful people are at the end points. People who don't know that they should or are already at where they want to be. With few exceptions, what makes people wealthy are rarely the smartest things they know. Unless you are doing cutting-edge research or experimentation, what the world would benefit most from you doing is probably pretty easy to understand. The richest, most powerful, most loved people are never the smartest. If you are the smartest person, you know you have failed. You have learned at the cost of application, and you haven't sought out a true group of peers. How could a person who really spent time applying the great things they knew be smarter than a person that spent no time applying and just learned more? Those who forsake the benefits of knowledge for the hoarding of knowledge will always know more and have less. I've got great news for you. The smartest people in the world waste so much time that it's super easy to outperform them. If you go to a Mensa meeting and hear what is being talked about, you're usually not talking about the most powerful ideas or the things that will make the biggest difference. You're usually talking about whatever is casually interesting and fun to argue about at that moment. Which is why, for the most part, those conversations don't turn into a successful business. As a general rule, you'll find that the smartest people aren't even the highest paid or in the best positions, because in this world we don't care about what you can do. We care about what you will do and keep doing. Unused ability is a tragedy, not a shining example. Thus, even if you aren't the brightest bulb in the box, you can still seemingly outperform your coworkers with dedication and correctness of action. Smartest is stupidest. I don't know whether it's bad luck or whether it's actually an effective sampling, but it seems as though most of the books in the book area for nonfiction are written by people with PhDs. The funny thing about people with PhDs is that, for the most part, they're not so damn productive outside of academia. Everyone's constantly wrong. Sometimes smart folk aren't so smart. Many thought leaders prefer to let you make lots of decisions for yourself because they don't want to offend you. This does you a disservice. There was once a movie where one of the characters, I think it was John Malkovich, says, "The problem with self-help is that you're an asshole, and now you're trying to be helped by an asshole yourself." It's a funny way of looking at things. If you haven't heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect by now, it's really funny. It turns out that the people who know the least about things often think they know more than everyone else about it because they're too stupid to know what they don't know. I'll be a little more adventurous with giving advice. I'm going to tell you things you might not want to hear. This is life. Many of the smartest people are wrong. The gist of the Monty Hall problem is as follows. You're shown 3 doors. Behind 2 of the doors, you'll find a lousy goat. Not even a good goat. This goat has terrible manners. Behind the 3rd door is the object of your deepest desires in material form. You must choose a door, and behind it your prize. Do that in your mind now. Choose door 1, 2, or 3. All right, now that you've chosen, I'm going to give you some help. I'm going to show you what's behind one of the doors that you didn't choose, and what I'm going to show you is a goat. Being so generous, I'm even going to give you the opportunity to change your chosen door if you wish, before it's too late and all. Should you switch? Does it matter? Now that you know there was a goat behind one of the doors you didn't choose, does that even help? Well, it helps. It helps an absolutely insane amount. It is entirely counterintuitive how much it helps. With the rules that I'm only ever going to show you a goat, and switch that actually, it's better that the goat shower not be a conscious entity capable of side channel attacks on the chooser. We're going to flip this around to a machine instead of human. When you switch doors, you win twice as often as if you didn't switch. But wait, how could that be? Well, quite simply, when you were choosing with no knowledge, you had 1 out of 3 chance of winning. Then new knowledge appeared. It's easier to show you the value of this new knowledge with more doors. If there were 100 doors to choose from, then he showed you 98 goats behind 98 of the doors, leaving only 2 doors unopened. The one you chose at the start, and this other door, which now seems very rare in its closeness. In the 3-door problem, when you first choose, your chances of winning were 1 out of 3, meaning the remaining 2 doors had 2 out of 3 chance of winning. Now you have been shown which half of the 2 out of 3 to win group was a loser, leaving the next door to win 2 out of 3 of the times. That new knowledge allowed you to know that the door he didn't open is now 2 out of 3 chance to win on its own, without the help of the useless goat door he just showed you. Most people get this wrong. Doubling your winnings is a big deal. When someone shows you a path, you must learn from the new information. It's kind of a parable for this book. I'm showing you some paths that don't work. How can that amplify your winnings on the remaining routes? How so many people can be right about so much and then wrong about some, and the difference between right and wrong. It's basically a bridge from the understanding of how people get the Monty Hall problem wrong versus knowing the value of getting it right. It doubles your odds. There's other things in life that you don't realize you're getting wrong that would double your performance that are counterintuitive, like not reading the news, for example. Lying and truth-telling people. We're very lucky that we have an inherent desire to tell the truth. Most of us avoid lying wherever we can, and if forced to, we feel guilty about it. Because of those great emotions, we can much more securely rely on the statements of those experts among us because there's less profit for them in spreading lies than truth, usually. Every once in a while, someone will find more profit in telling a lie than telling the truth, and it is a sad event. You can find all kinds of examples, such as lawyers defending the guilty, people threatened unethically with the use of force, and those that unknowingly lie out of ignorance, which you might say is not a lie. There's a slippery slope there where you can choose to know or not know a thing. At what point does deliberate ignorance become liability? People will value stuff they already agree with. What does the world look like? Now, here's the funny thing. Let's take Peter Thiel's idea of his important contrarian thing, which might even sell books. I think he can make outrageous claims without being contrarian. I believe that a human being will value reading junk that they already agree with. And I think that is the common factor. If you're Christian, you're going to read books about Christ. When you pick up a book about Buddhism, that's a rare event. If you're Christian, you're going to go to church and hear more about what you already believe in. You're not going to hear about something different. If you're a Republican, you're going to watch the news and you're likely going to hate MSNBC. Testing people. I think unreasonable, unfair tests for particularly greedy and jealous, self-serving motives that don't help the other party should be considered punishable as a tax. The same way that if you drive recklessly on the road and you endanger other people's lives. You may not have hurt anyone this time, but we understand that behavior is so damaging and harmful and potentially dangerous that we have to punish you pretty heavily because that's the only way for us to reduce that super dangerous behavior. I would be willing to state that the financial and social penalties that exist for risky, low reward, high potential damage things that exist in the criminal world perhaps should exist in the social world. Maybe that's why guys and girls react so violently when they discover their partner was cheating. Because in the old days before genetic testing, if a woman had a kid and that kid wasn't yours but you thought it was, well, now you are permanently eliminated from the gene pool of the future of humanity. Unless you have another kid with her that just happens to be yours, or you have another partner, or you donate sperm to a sperm bank and someone actually uses it. Unless those three options become true, you are permanently eliminated from the gene pool. We have evolved and been rewarded for being violently pair bondish and literally violently, like injuring the other party, violently defensive of a pair bond between two lovers. Because perhaps those people that were cool with polygamy just got opted out of survival. They didn't end up having enough kids on their own. Then, after time passed, the people that had more effective strategy for promoting their genes into the future by having partners that were monogamous with them, or I guess that would be another strategy. You could be the guy that gets all the girls to cheat with you. I guess you could do that too. What are the recent discoveries? 1. Testing. Stress testing exists based on biological design. It has sociologically beneficial consequences. Some negatives, but some upsides too. 2. Knowing. That allows you to have a better life. 3. The better life that you have is from executing reasonable tasks where they fit and understanding what other people are testing. If they don't understand, they really are or not, whether it's an unconscious motive or a conscious motive. Next, discovery. Testing is harmful to the other party. I don't think that that's widely recognized. Next issue, your amount of value you get from implementing tests has to do more with what options you have upon a failure of the test than it does with almost anything else. We throw in a side note there about the frequency at which you do these measurements. I think that knowing yourself and knowing what you really want makes you a better partner. In knowing what makes something desirable and good in that other person, that awareness probably makes it a lot easier for you to do these things. If you know what excellence looks like, when they do it, you have a chance of having that excellent output on your own. Whereas if you don't know what you're looking for in them, how the hell would you know what you're supposed to do? And if you did know what you're supposed to do, when you obviously look for it in them. I think people that know what they want in a partner are much more likely to be good partners themselves. Socially, if you see somebody tested you, say they pretended they were pregnant when all they really want is to see what your response was, you find out they did that, you can harm them. Where we found out they were flirting with some guy and cheating on you, boy, you're going to feel obligated to socially punish that person as a first response. Maybe you found a superior intellectual way to handle that, but as a first emotional response, you're kind of designed to respond to tit for tat for that kind of violation. The other learning and discovery from this was that if you're applying a test to a whole lot of people, You are employing a whole lot of people to do a thing. That is also kind of not fair. And that you know how many people you need to cook a steak. If 10 guys come into a room and each one of them blows hot air on a steak, how many people can blow until it's cooked? It will never cook because 50 people blowing hot air on a steak doesn't cook it. You need one guy and some real heat. That's much hotter than what humans can generate without mechanical systems. So it's the same way with some tasks in the world. They don't need to be turned into competition. That wastes lots of people's time. Basically, you could say that that competition is kind of a test. It's just in this test. To pass is to beat all other applicants as well. You don't have to pass with 90%. You have to pass the other top grades. You have to be the top grade, and that's kind of a crappy test. I guess you could call it an over-allocation of resources towards a goal where only one person gets to win. There's some things in life where everyone that competes, that reaches a certain level of goodness, gets something beneficial out of there. Then there are other things in life, such as the lottery, where everyone that competes gets pure loss and pure suck and pure missing money, minus the fun gambling addiction fulfillment feelings, which I try to minimize as anyone should. If you want to fill that need, find a way to do it that costs less money if you can. So, in a lottery, almost everyone loses. One guy gets to win. Well, a lot of people wasted a lot of time picking numbers, buying tickets, misallocating resources, and rewarding a terrible idea. Oh, here's a terrible idea. Let's penalize stupid people that are bad at statistics or don't have good emotional balance where they can control short-term responses for long-term gain. I won't risk this short-term money for a giant possible reward. Even though mathematically I lose half of every dollar I spend, you shouldn't reward industries that prey upon, amplify, and market into the world negative outcomes for everyone exposed to those ads. If a certain portion of people see an ad for a lottery, follow the suggestion, and buy lottery tickets, then to some degree, with every advertising dollar they spend that they got from some other player, they are harming the world. So if you want to see more about how you shouldn't reward people for doing harm through marketing, check out the Marketing is Pollution section in this book. Amazingly well-rounded people. The reason that you look out into the world and you can't name so many people that have an amazing body and amazing health and no drug problems and a family that loves them and are rich and are happy, rich, happy, fit, loved, it seems this is not an easy thing to achieve. Having a great beach body, which I guess with all the steroids and amazing diets that are out there in the world, you could say would involve a six-pack if you're a guy. Those are fancy, strong-looking abdomens with no fat, for those that don't know what a six-pack is. And for women, I guess a nice flat stomach perhaps. Also, barely any fat once again, because fat, I tell you, is just not popular. I don't even like it. So I don't think it's very rare to dislike fat because you'd be hard-pressed to find many fat people on the covers of any magazines of any sort. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a magazine called Fat Person's Weekly and they never put a fat person on the front because no one would buy the damn thing. The reason I mention that is when you look out into the wild, you see barely any instance of a person that has all of these traits. Why would they be so rare? Well, because they are at odds with what we have been programmed for. Many thousands of years before language even existed, and before cities existed, calories were rare, and priding yourself on having the absolute minimum number of calories available to you to keep you alive during a period of hardship is exactly the opposite of what we're programmed to do. We're not made to burn the maximum number of calories with a minimum amount of safety. It takes a lot of effort to do that, unless you're some kind of mutant. And the same type of conservation of energy that we perform in regards to our diet, consequently, we also perform in regards to our activity, because way back when, before cities and language, doing anything could be considered a risk. You could go to a new place, animal eats you. You go to a new place, another human being kills you as they consider you a threat to their food source. You go to another place, a rock falls on your head. Even going to other places was dangerous, and even if those other places weren't dangerous, they very likely would require expenditure, energy, to get there. Bears actually hibernate in the winter. Mammals and lots of other creatures sleep. We have downtimes where we're not active because, hey, we did what we needed to do while we were active, so let's sleep and rest like a well programmed cell phone that wants to survive on its battery for longer and not be active all the time. So we have a conservation of energy in our diet, and we have a conservation of energy in our movement and behavior. These are the reasons that you don't see very many super hyper productive people, because that type of productivity we value as a culture. However, evolutionarily, it was more harm than good way back when, because when you hit that limit that you weren't expecting, the calorie limit, you just die. There's nothing you can do. Now, enough people that were members of the tribe needed to be adventurous and needed to perform those extra caloric intensive activities of traveling to new places, and that's part of what curiosity is. We want to see what's over there. Maybe there's something awesome over there. So there's this tension, there's this balance between conserving energy and finding new awesome resources. And it's not just new resources that are physical in the real world, but mental ones as well, because there's always a better way to understand the thing. There's always a better thing that can be learned, so to speak. That progress led to tools, language, writing, city-states, and now we have nation-states. I think that when you are feeling guilty that you haven't had the type of progress and production that you think is possible in your life, it definitely is possible. However, unless you're some lucky mutant, you are going to need to work very hard. Use your brain the right way, use your thoughts the right way, schedule the right things, and either have the world's best discipline or understand that it's a fight and it's a battle. There's a reason there's one Michael Jordan and one Mike Tyson. It's not remotely possible for most people to ever, regardless of effort, obtain those levels. It seems that similar to those behaviors, having a six-pack, love, riches, happiness, and fulfillment is a similar level of difficulty, maybe slightly less. So when you might be able to, take good advice from someone who doesn't have some of those traits, because their advice could be fabulous. They're just missing one other key component they might need, like insane dedication, right? Or a value and belief system that led them to believing that only strict productivity and fitness was useful, whereas what you could consider productivity in gluttony was not useful. But as someone that has been a glutton, I can tell you, it feels pretty great, and it feels pretty useful when you're doing it. And so, in a well-functioning human being, you can make the statement that hedonism and gluttony are awesome behaviors if you're going to have a short life anyway. If you're going to get hit by a bus tomorrow, I would suggest that you not consider yourself with your diet and your last day on earth. And this person that's trying to help you will get what they want out of life. I hope that I'm not the advertisement for hedonism and gluttony. However, let's now pretend that they don't have value. Musicians. The great music that you're going to appreciate the most and has a longest lasting value probably got created in a studio. If you're drunk and hung over on an airplane and trying to get to the next place, you're obviously not in the studio. I would like to see people be more reasonable with how much time they spent on the road and create better music. Musicians are paid not to make great new music. It would be great if musicians made more money on producing amazing music than they do performing it for crowds of people in specific locations. Live musical performances only benefit the few people that can attend. When you create amazing music, it can transcend generations and leave an impact on the world long after you're dead. Sadly, this misalignment in profit makes it so there's much less great music in the world, because the artists are out there putting 100% into their gigs and transition time to get from one gig to the next. How much time in the studio making the best music they can dream up do you think they're doing when they're on tour? Not much. You can't be in the studio when you're on stage or sleeping. Special people. Bill Liao. I've got a good friend, Bill, who also started numerous charities. I met him when we both were working as photographers. He is on my list of heroes. Bill started Coder Dojo, a platform teaching kids to code. He started WeForest.com, which works towards forest restoration and conservation. He is living the life I should be living. He makes an impact on people's minds, or at least he is doing his best to achieve that. In addition, Bill has a good synthetic biology startup accelerator. He is a freak. You know what I'm talking about. Bill Liao is like William Lee. You can see him on Wikipedia, as well as you can search for him on TEDx. Christopher Hitchens quoted someone else saying that for bad men to do bad things is quite simple, but to get a good man to do bad things, you really need religion. Larry Page. There are some people out there doing some cool stuff. Google started Calico, a company combating aging and diseases of aging. They were late to do it, but at least they're trying to do something now. Larry Page is working on it. He's doing some moonshot stuff. Elon Musk is doing moonshot stuff. Some of it may amplify the world's progress. For example, his global satellite system that will get the internet everywhere. Well, that's a core component of getting cryptocurrency everywhere, right? Money is communication, and communication requires a network, and we don't have internet everywhere in the world right now. Horowitz, Wilson, Thiel. If you listen to everybody that is among this hero list of venture capitalist guys, they all basically say some permutation of synthetic biology, biotech stuff. Some guys are on the Bitcoin train, so Ben Horowitz, Fred Wilson, Peter Thiel. Cryptocurrency and synthetic biology is where these guys are focused. That's the next big thing. Ben Horowitz said, where biology meets technology. It was his particular way of putting that. It's not a mistake that we're all ending up here. Larry Page has got a foundation. Peter Thiel's got a foundation. They're both working on anti-aging. The United States actually has a National Institute of Aging called the NIA. The power of one guy with a dream, Elon Musk. Let's take Tesla as an example. Tesla makes amazing electric cars, best the world's ever seen. Where did that come from? Well, it took one guy with a dream, and then he hit the streets and generated the money and the buzz, and then did it. Now, would Tesla exist without that one guy? I would say no. He even says things like, if you make a list of the risk-adjusted return on investment, these are at the bottom of the list. You want to start a car company? You're going to fail. You want to start a rocket company? You're really going to fail. Aubrey de Grey is a hero. I think Aubrey de Grey is a hero, and I do not use this term lightly. He used to be a computer scientist in Cambridge and has a PhD in biology that he got without attending any classes. Biology was just a hobby for him at first, but later he decided he wanted to take up biology seriously. He figured out why mitochondria ruined. No one knew why it happened before. Free radical theories did not help to understand this process. He figured it out, wrote a thesis about it, and defended it in Cambridge. That is how he got his PhD. It is a great way to obtain such a degree, no need to attend any courses, and just figure out somebody that nobody could before. Then he started the Sense Foundation, and that became his life's mission. He got an inheritance when his mother died, something about 8 or 10 million. He donated 6 million to the foundation. Peter Thiel gave about 6 to 10 million to this charity, and I raised 27 million through the Pulse Chain sacrifice phase. Bill Gates Giving Pledge. Bill Gates, the richest guy in the world, right? How much money does he spend? How much time does he spend trying to get other people's money to go to the same places that his is going? Quite a bit. He started something called the Giving Pledge, where he recruited, invited, met with, and pitched to other billionaires to give away their fortunes. He went out and was successful. If it's good enough for Bill Gates to spend money on marketing rather than personal time unmarketing to get other people to do things, then it's surely useful for everyone else. Because he's got the most money, but even with the most, he still needs other people's help. Methuselah Foundation. The Methuselah Foundation is a 300 club. Now, why is the Methuselah Foundation called Methuselah? Because a lot of these religious folks think that you should die earlier because it's God's plan. I mean, you're like, hey, but what about Methuselah? Apparently, this was cool way back when. Hey, we used to be able to live long. It's cool. Oh, okay, it's cool then. From Genesis 5, verse 25 to 27. When Methuselah had lived 187 years, he became the father of Lamech. After he became the father of Lamech, Methuselah lived 782 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Methuselah lived a total of 969 years, and then he died. Animal ethics and cooperation. Cooperation obviously exists in the animal world. Anytime you see two animals with mouths not eating each other, I call that cooperation. Didn't eat the cubs? Nice. Bears do it all the time, eat those newborns. Any animals that don't do that could be considered more ethical. We like dangerous and intelligent animals. It is no accident that our favorite animals in the world to hang out with are cats and dogs. They are both predators. They eat other living things. They're probably what we like to hang out with the most because they are the most intelligent things that we could hang out with, and they needed to be that intelligent because other things don't want you to kill and eat them. They tend to run away. The act of running is a lot simpler than the act of hunting. Therefore, the animals we like most are the animals that are the most dangerous and the most intelligent. Chapter 10, Politics. Better candidate pool. Geniuses don't go into politics. The pay sucks and you can't get much done. We can at least fix the pay. If there's a bad voting turnout but a good candidate pool, then you can still win. If there's a great voting turnout but a bad pool, you only lose. What use is voting when you have the choice of puppet A or puppet B, both presented by the same megacorps? The thought leaders and politicians we have to choose from today are pretty weak. We can do better. As long as the private sector pays more, why would we have greatness in this area? Better voting by better voters. Voting licenses. If you are stupid enough that I don't want you editing the settings of my OS on my computer, why would I want you editing my democracy? Is not governance advanced enough and complicated enough to require a license to effect changes through voting, just as cutting hair is licensed? Yes, it's dangerous. Yes, if the tests suck, you get unfair amplified power to the test makers. However, if you want greatness, you must select for it. You will never have voting excellence if you don't try. Better voting by better intel gathering and data. Why capture a single data point of who do you want to win? Choose instead, put these people in order you'd take them. Now you've captured 8 times the data from the voter. Now you can combine the ordered lists to get an electorate that everyone kind of likes and few people hate, as opposed to the 51% voting to gouge out the eyes of the 49 for idle pressure. If you have a narrative you push by lying about facts and ignoring events or hiding events, the voting of citizens can never be correct, for good votes only occur upon good data, and then good decisions. No good data, no good decisions. Money corrupting politics. 3 solutions. Lawrence Lessig says, make the money illegal to give to the politicians. James DeAngelo speaks about cardboard box reform. Allowing the politicians to lie to the donors about how they'll really vote and get the money, but actually vote their conscience. This is a secret ballot in practice. I think the secret ballot version isn't as good, because they will still be able to prove how they voted with a secret recording device. Or they will be found out to not vote the way they were paid to by discovering 0 people voted for a bill or everyone voted for it. You could also subtract the total yeses from nos from the other known voters who publicly stated how they voted, perhaps under oath, and therefore you can deduce which person it was that lied about how they voted for the money. You have the problem of not knowing who you should actually vote for, because the same lies they are telling their funders are the same lies they will be telling you. Just let it roll and welcome your new corporate overlords. Do it both. Disallow the money and make voting secret. I haven't looked into this one, but it sounds cool. Pay the elected more to increase the applicant quality. Test to be allowed to vote. Kill first, pass the post. Go with a Condorcet or closest method voting ballot. Congressional private voting. California's massive GDP and population underrepresented in the Senate. Lobbyists. Screw Northrop Grumman and all the other dudes. They don't know what they're doing. Lockheed Martin, who's that? Skunkworks? I don't know what you're talking about. Let's go compete with those guys. Northrop Grumman spends the most on lobbying of any company in the United States. I think second place is Boeing. You don't want to compete with those guys, but Elon's doing it. Tragedy. The tragedy of first past the post and gerrymandering. Identify the dumb assessments that were wrong and make them feel bad for being wrong. If you are wrong more than you are right, please shut up. The failure of the congressional and other voting systems due to non-private ballots. Emergent properties that look like collusion. Separation of government and currency. Governments have found a solution to the tragedy of the commons problem through straight up taking your money right off the bat and doing whatever they want with it. They don't have to ask you what you will let them do with your money. They just take it and do what they please with it. Sometimes they do things you don't want them to do, like move rocks around in faraway places with no tangible benefit to you at all. Sometimes you might get a road out of the deal. It would probably be nice if you had some say in what your money went towards. Perhaps every citizen could assign values to the uses of their taxes that matched their morals. There would be some people that want more defense spending, some people less. Some that want more education people, some less. Should not the desires of the taxed be represented? I've heard that long ago some pretty cool dudes thought that taxation without representation was not fair. They went to war over it, and we ended up with the United States of America. In the digital and connected world that we now live in, can we really believe that the desires of the taxed can be guessed at by the elected officials? How about you give me a phone app I can use to straight up tell you what I want my money spent on? Then, when you ignore my requests, you won't be able to pretend that you didn't know. The people who really need the government resources. You don't have to have Congress declare war. You just let the president do it whenever he wants. That's a great way to be at war more often when it is not necessary. It doesn't just cost money, it costs human lives. The highest cause of death for the armed services, by the way, is suicide. Yes, the most number of United States military personnel that will die this year will die from killing themselves. Maybe some money should get spent on that. The homeless people in the United States, the amount of mental illness, holy hell, it's high. Did you know when you get health insurance, it doesn't cover mental illness? It's not considered health somehow. Maybe that should get fixed. I didn't know that either, and my mother has schizophrenia. Real deal schizophrenia, like take your meds. Well, not on a private insurance policy, no. Any insurance policy you can buy, they don't count that. Chapter 11, Governance. The government sucks a little bit less than you think. You should probably be more grateful for the government than you think. It's confirmation bias. You only notice when the government messes with you and not when you're kept from being messed with by the other citizens. For example, no one likes having a police car follow them around while driving. However, you sure do love to watch that cop turn those lights on and chase down the guy that just blew through the red light you were just sitting at. People think that their lives are going just fine without government intervention. However, what they don't understand is that without the hidden intervention that is actually happening, they'd be overrun with bad actors and citizens messing them up. It is the hidden hand of the state catching other people that deserve it that allows you to think that the state isn't actually interfering with you, because it's not. It's interfering with all the people that would have been messing you up otherwise. It's interfering with them so you don't have to. TSA. You know who has a pretty crappy job? The TSA. Every time the TSA gets tested to see if they can actually do their job and prevent bad, dangerous things from getting on planes, They fail. Pretty much every time they fail. What is the point? Do the bad guys not know how bad they are at their job and they're scared off? Another thing, if you really did want to do security properly, you would do it as they do in Israel, where they screen you, the human, instead of caring what is in your bag. An American TSA agent isn't trained to screen you, the human. It's hard work reading people and asking the right questions. How many billions of dollars of increased productivity would the United States gain if we relaxed the scanning and padding and just either did things that were effective or stopped the security theater? I don't like the security theater. No one likes the security theater. Well, perhaps except for all the people employed by it, or the guys that sell those little metal detector wands. It's probably really hard to retask their machinery that makes those fancy wands to make other stuff. They'd likely take a real big hit in profit if we weren't tickling all our passengers anymore. Torture. Yes, maybe in an ideal world, we could just have the police beat the hell out of small time offenders on sight. Maybe they wouldn't need to take up space in jail, and maybe it would work great. Or maybe in this world that we live in, the police would not be perfect and might often, after a long day at work or harsh breakup, put the beat down on some people that didn't deserve it. Even in a world where torture might work in small pockets, it must not be allowed because too many normal humans will screw up its application, and then you have to torture those guys for mistorturing, etc. Oh, and wait, what about that Constitution again? Isn't there some guarantee against cruel and unusual punishment? What about the Geneva Conventions? What about all those UN agreements? I guess good, honest men knew with great certainty that torture was off limits for everyone, even the great US of A. Well, I guess it's a good thing that it wouldn't make recruiting people to terrorism easier if they could, with a straight face, say, hey, these guys are torturing people that look just like you. They must be evil. Who would do such a barbaric thing? I don't think becoming a terrorist is the best way to reduce terrorism. It's too asymmetrical. The surface area of damage via terrorism a small party can do to a large party is vastly larger than the amount a large party can do to a smaller party. They just don't have enough people to terrorize. What do you think is more common, ants biting people or people biting ants? Why is that? Ants bite humans all the time. Perhaps we need to teach them a lesson. As obvious as it is that we can't teach ants lessons, perhaps since terror has been fought by governments for thousands of years and has never been yet eradicated by common anti terror activity, it is an obvious waste of time. I can tell you with great certainty, however, that terror has been beaten quite often by non common anti terror activity. The spread of culture, and more importantly, well being and education, is a far more powerful cure and even pays back dividends. It could easily be said that during World War II, the Japanese and the Germans were pretty tyrannically terrible, and after their regimes were destroyed, we did not revel in their total destruction, for it was not in our best interests. We sent some of our smartest minds over there to help rebuild them and make them greater than they were before, and now look at the world we live in. The best cars are from Germany and Japan, as well as the best cameras, the best lenses, and many of the best machines of all kinds. We do trillions of dollars of commerce together. I would suggest that these backwards societies that produced disproportionate amounts of terrorists would be better cured by exporting them a better quality of life and some American know how, because only the uncommon solutions have worked. I say disproportionate because even a pretty well run society still generates some terrorists. Even we, in the great United States, breed all kinds of terrorists on our own: school shootings, abortion clinic bombings, and lots of famous serial killers. The military industrial complex. If you're a bomb manufacturer and no one is dropping your bombs on other people, how are you going to stay in business? They have a long shelf life, so unless they're getting used on a regular basis, you go out of business. I guess someone has to be getting blown up, or it will hurt the parts of the economy that thrive on war and, consequently, misery. Right now, we've got a military industrial complex. It's very effective, and it's stealing about 5% of GDP from the United States every year. It's some huge, terrible number. It's too much. It's a waste of resources with people rearranging rocks in the Middle East, and look how well that works out. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked. It has never worked. It's not going to work. We spent longer there than we spent in World War II. That's how long the States has been there, and for the $1 trillion that has been spent on that racket, you would have been better off burning the money. Literally. If you would have just taken the $1 trillion and set it on fire, you would have had higher and better outcomes. Well, that's not so good. How do you get to that place? Oh, well, no problem. You set up a system where you can print money for free so you don't actually have to abide by any budgets. Forget budgets, right? And that's definitely the case. War. Some megacorp executives want new boats, so some other people are going to have to die in a place you've never been. The Iraq War. Wow, that's funny. We sure did bring them some freedom. It's easy to think that the people in charge make good decisions. Sadly, this history of the world shows that it's really hard to predict the future, and sometimes the only options you have are bad options. That is part of why the history of the world can be pretty ugly and violent. In the very old days, there was a proposed amendment to the Constitution that if you voted for war, with your vote you also were enrolled in the war. Therefore, voting for it, you also got to participate in it. I think that type of incentive, to be as careful with the citizenry's life as you would be with your own, is a good alignment of incentives. If we ended up avoiding too many good wars, I guess we could revisit the issue. So far, in the last 20 years or so, I don't think we've had too many good wars. Retask the trained killers of men. What would happen if the good exterminators of men were sent back to boot camp for a couple weeks on how to build houses? They could be assigned to carpentry, masonry, or plumbing based on their aptitude, just like they would get infantry, sniper, or perhaps what they requested, just like the first boot camp. I say houses because America is a nation where the vast majority of homes are owned by banks instead of men because men can't afford homes any longer. Also, being a nail banger or bricklayer is simple enough that nearly anyone can do it if taught. So we have desperately needed shelter combined with rather easy to teach skills to fulfill it. It could be a recipe for success. Surely there's better things the good young Americans of the world can be doing here at home, rather than the blowing up of other young people somewhere you're unlikely to ever see in this life. Over preparation to the point of neglecting other areas is a thing, and it's a thing we're doing worse in America than any other country on the planet. Ignore and shun the heinously wrong. How have the profits for America of the last few undeclared wars been as a dollar figure? What was the positive return in dollars or in any other area for rearranging the landscape slightly of those faraway lands, and what was the cost? At what point does the public fulfill its duty and demote these idiots out of public life, out of opinion making? If you're wrong about something that costs tons of American lives, and yes, I mean physical tons of young American bodies, their futures stolen, you need to shut up, get off stage, and remain quiet. Your inaccuracy in predicting the outcome of a major action didn't have the requisite respect for a higher burden of proof. Outstanding actions and claims require outstanding evidence. Heinously wrong people do one honest thing: honor those dead Americans whose misfortune your reckless ideas are partly responsible for with your silence. Step off the public stage, look upon your past words, and learn from those who were right where you were not. Encryption and cryptography are your friends. Concerning legislation against encryption, many good members of the government swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, particularly from attackers foreign and domestic. The oath is only as useful as their ability to understand what the Constitution actually says and is actually supposed to achieve. Either lots of these guys haven't read it or don't know how to derive meaning from it, because every single year the attacks on the Constitution get more and more asinine. First of all, you don't have the right to monitor everyone's communications. It is enshrined to be free from that in the Bill of Rights, the freedom of press and freedom of association. That freedom means the freedom from surveillance. You can't have the freedom of association with a third person in your otherwise private conversation. Oh, and there's that pesky Fourth Amendment, which makes it even clearer that freedom from warrantless searches and seizures, and even in that case, freedom from overly broad warrants, is not global universal knowledge of all communications rather broad? If you want to ignore everyone's rights and become more totalitarian and take on more of the traits that a rogue terrorist supporting state has, then yes, let's have a panopticon for all. Now that we've ignored the Constitution and 3 of its 10 guarantees, what happens when we enforce these laws against encryption? Now, all of your citizens can be hacked quite easily by the real threats. What causes more harm in a year, identity theft and credit card fraud, or terrorism? When you stop people from being truly secure in their communications, guess who you've just helped? The terrorists. Now it's easier for them to find funding because it's as easy as getting some credit cards and banging them for cash. Every single time you decide to cripple the effectiveness of your population for the sake of some boogeymen, those boogeymen take advantage of the errors of your ways. They could never directly harm you with billions of economic damage. They can only rely on your misappropriate response to do that job for them. How many lives have been wasted performing security theater, patting down 90-year-old ladies in wheelchairs and diapers flying to get medical care? At what point in the future does the theater stop, and do those poor molesting bastards get a chance to find truly gainful employment that adds to the productivity of the nation? What about all the delays? Shall we pretend that they are not real costs that really make the quality of life of all those that experience them worse? Even if it were not theater, and we are going to pretend that some speed isn't worth some death, should we not then reduce all of the speed limits too? Because there will obviously be less deaths from driving, only delays. No, I think people would quite quickly choose some more risk of injury and death than drive 10 miles per hour on the highway for any prolonged period of time. Legislators, stop screwing over your citizenry and breaking their security and weakening their encryption and misresponding to small threats. Stop helping the terrorists. Stop being the problem. If somehow, even now, you aren't convinced, I have more great news for you. The cat is out of the bag. Now, no matter what dumb law you're technically uneducated, too old to know any better, coward mode legislator can know that regardless of what poorly written, impossible to enforce, evil, unconstitutional law he might get passed, it won't work. Encryption is just too damn easy. You can even hide cool stuff in pictures of pretty cats or anything else, and it's undetectable. These guys failed to find a needle in a haystack, so they are lobbying for more hay. Whole lot of tech that hasn't affected the world yet. There's a whole lot of technology that hasn't had a chance to affect the world yet. Lots of this new technology is based around trust. Trust is a way that we have to save time. When you trust someone, you don't have to constantly keep your eye on them. Sadly, trust is often misplaced and penalized. If you put trust into one hand and rocks into the other, guess which one will fill up first? With this fancy new math, we have ways that we can prove we know a thing without telling you what that thing is, or we can prove that we told someone else a thing and they know the thing without ever having to tell you what the thing is. We even have ways to distribute trust now. Let's take an example for fun. You and your 2 brothers live in a country where bad things are happening, and you're lucky to have some gold put away so you can buy your way out. You guys bury the gold, and you all know where it is buried. Now you have a trust problem. What if one of you gets caught and gives up the location? Now you've tripled the odds that your gold can disappear. What if one of your brothers isn't so trustworthy and wants all the gold for himself? Wouldn't it be cool if there was a way to hide the gold and create a password so that the gold would only become available if all 3 of you presented your passwords? The good news is that because of the fancy cool math we have now, we can actually do that. Hell, you can do it with just a pen and paper and a hell of a lot of free time. Multi-signature, or Shamir's secret sharing. Now you can hide all the money and knowledge and data you want. I love it when people talk about how they have nothing to hide. Ha ha. Then let's get those clothes off, and I'll have your email password. Thank you. While we're at it, tell me what you don't like about your friends and lovers, oh, and your family. Silence is what I hear. Everyone has secrets. And if you don't, you are a jerk and no one wants to hear your negativity. The same applies to cloud computing. There is no cloud, it's just someone else's computer. It is important to know that there's little magic, and much of what people want from the cloud they can do with their own group of computers they already own for free and with better privacy and security. What is the difference between privacy and security, you ask? Well, they are very related. You can only attack what you are aware of. Thus, you need a breach of privacy to begin your attack on security. Privacy is a human right and is necessary for the proper functioning of human psychology. Differences in law mean that someone is always getting screwed over somewhere. What should the penalty be for those that enforce unjust laws? Why is marijuana or criticizing the Chinese government legal in some places and illegal in others? Insane government laws, surveillance state, selective enforcement, exporting terror, constitution-free zone, minimum mandatory, minimum sentencing, adding on fake new crimes like laundering, and the law that makes you retain documents if they're financial being used against anyone for anything, to all core crimes. The Sarbanes-Oxley Act may be used so I can never delete anything ever. More and more laws every year. You couldn't know all the laws ever, even if you read all of them full time. They make them faster than you can read them. Vandalism. Could vandalism survive as an effective strategy for humans in environments with more lax enforcement? It's harder to catch people because other parties in your group have less, and by consequence, you have more because it's not as though you're vandalizing your own things. Speed limits. An example of asymmetric warfare is speed limits. Imagine if every police officer pulled over every person that was speeding and all the people were speeding. Well, then the number of people pulled over would just equal the number of police available and everyone else would get away with it. Adolescent penalties. Should criminal penalties be assigned with harsh cutoff points in that, oh, you're an adolescent? Well, then you can basically be punished for nothing. Oh, you're 1 day over adolescence. Well, now you can get the death penalty. Is that reasonable, or with more reason, a more segregated non-binary? You know, oh, you're in first grade. Okay, then you can be slightly responsible. Second, slightly more, etc. Every time I see things grouped arbitrarily into on or off, in a world of complexity, I have to imagine the on and off model isn't so great. Police. Everybody thinks that policemen are lawyers and judges. That's not what they train to do, okay? If you go to your local police officer and have them write your will for you or have them write your prenup for you, shoot yourself. You're not getting a good will. You're not getting a good prenup. He can't practice law. If a police officer could practice law, he'd quit his dangerous, underpaying job and switch to the non-dangerous, high-paying job. Policemen are not lawyers. What fun if you live in a nice place where the crime rates are low, you don't have to lay down on the ground, face down, and mess your clothes up when you get pulled over. The officer approaching your car may not have his gun safety off and ready to draw because he doesn't need to, because the people he deals with are literally a higher class of people and less likely to start trying to pump him full of hot lead. For-profit prisons. They like repeat business. So why would they rehabilitate? If you have the highest percentage of people in jail of any culture in the history of mankind, you are doing lots of things wrong. Lots and lots of things. America has this problem. You know what sucks about putting lots of people in jail? You haven't imprisoned just the prisoners. You've imprisoned the guards as well. They are both made to wear uniforms. They are both made to sit in the same building. Actually, you could say that the guard has it even worse than the prisoner during his shift because the inmate can read a book and isn't worried about getting fired. The guard doesn't have as much freedom during his shift as the inmate does. It's even worse then that as well, some other poor bastard has to work another job to pay his taxes so they can be given to the guard. Basically, we've got 3 people's lives messed up over 1 prisoner. If you can find any way at all to either make people less criminal, perhaps with education, perhaps with getting rid of some victimless crimes, you would save a lot of lives. Also, if my math is right, it's more than just 3 lives that are screwed up, because the inmate, the guard, and the guy whose tax money went to pay the guard could all be putting their time and money into things which brought value to the world. You don't just waste their lives, you lose the things they would have done for you. Someone has to air condition the place where they sit, they've got to drive to that crappy job. Someone has to make the bullets they put in those guns. Productivity in the wrong direction is really more costly than people realize. It's not that you're wasting your time, it's that you're wasting your time and you have to invent in your mind what you could have had and compare the two. Build your own house from scratch or sit and stare at a guy that got caught smoking weed. Prisoners, rehabilitate, don't habituate. Concerning the prison industrial complex, would you rather have lots of arrests of criminals or no arrests but no crime? Obviously, no crime is better than crime and arrests. However, that's not how we reward the police. Would you rather have full prisons or empty prisons due to no crime? Empty, obviously, but the private corps that own the prisons and all their suppliers would really prefer the full prisons. They prefer a revolving door of criminal customers. Get out, get caught, get back in your cage. Crime. Part of the reason that there may be less crime and higher qualities of life in northern climates is because the cold causes there to be less catalyst for interaction, and therefore raises the transactional cost for performing any activity. It will amplify activities that human beings consider important, because getting dressed and standing out in the cold during the suck as a transactional friction reduces the amount of risks people will take on things that they are really not that interested in. You will probably not get so much vandalism because trying to be artistic through gloves sucks. Trying to spray paint things that are frozen sucks. When you have a population which is only willing to move and interact under specific circumstances of gaining entrance to somebody else's property for warmth, then you basically amplify the behaviors that humans see value in and devalue the behaviors that they are not willing to invest in, like loitering and vandalism, etc. I think one of the unexpected side effects of a cold climate is reduced low-value interaction. Gun control. Gun propagation in the United States is an interesting thing. It's one of the newer countries around the block, and it was built off of having to overthrow a very overbearingly repressive regime. So the downside to having a population full of guns is that the people are going to use them to shoot each other all the time, which is why we have 30,000 plus gun deaths here in the United States. However, the upside is if anyone tries to invade or if the government turns into a piece of crap like what happens in Africa, every time they are going to kill off and do genocide in a population, one of the first things they do is make having guns illegal. That way the population can't fight back. Vinay Gupta is known as the resilience guru. He points out that all the genocides that have occurred and all the millions of people that have died as a result of government force on purpose, trying to kill off people, gun control is a big part of how they do that. So if you want to know where the next genocide is going to be in a screwed up country, watch to see which one is banning gun ownership. Thus, the problem is you can either pay $30,000 a year now as a price of insurance against government tyranny, or you can get rid of the guns. And then when things go wrong someday in the future, perhaps, it goes wrong in a worse way. So that's the trade-off. Lots and lots of gun deaths and violence today for an insurance policy against the type of tyranny and oppression that some countries still go through. Or get rid of the guns and live a nice, clean, happy life like Australia and Canada and most other civilized Western nations. However, it isn't for free. Another entity can invade you or your government can turn against you, and then you're in a pretty tough spot with no weapons to fight back with. There is a common trope going around that we shouldn't have an armed population because the government is just too strong, and it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Because when we deploy larger numbers of armed men with a greater desire to just kill on sight, say in Afghanistan, that less armed population seems to be absolutely unconquerable in a smaller quantity with less firearms. So, how can you translate that American law enforcement with weaker tools against a better trained, better armed, more populous population is somehow going to lose the battle if the government of America ever wants to go to war with the people of America? The government of America is going to lose, and it's going to lose hard unless they just nuke it all, cancel out Earth. So, no, having a more armed, more effective, more militarized law enforcement system will not allow them to win an oppressive government regime against an armed American population. It won't happen. My points are: 1, America should do the same thing that every other intelligent country in the world did by enacting the same type of gun legislation. 2, if for whatever reason the United States military turned super evil, they're not going to win in a battle against the American population currently with the arms that that population has. And 3, even if America continues its policy of having an insurance policy against tyranny in the future by letting huge portions of people die every day, guess what? That's kind of good for the world because those gun deaths aren't happening in your country. Then, if there's some tyrannical thing and they overthrow it through force of will, you get to just move there after they've done the hard work of executing and getting the payoff of their insurance policy and throwing off their oppressors. So it may be globally good that there's a ton of gun deaths in America just because they'll be the last bastion against some type of evil New World Order. Long story short, in 40 or 50 years, the world is going to be such a nice place that most of the crap won't matter anyway, I hope. Asymmetric privacy. The government is made of humans. The humans in the government have their privacy protected by very, very strong laws. If you leak the wrong human's secrets, you could be executed for treason. If you, the lowly citizen, wants privacy, screw you. You used an ISP to handle your email? Well, then no privacy for you because you let them see it. If you used the regular post office, your letters would be in your house and they'd get Fourth Amendment protections. Your email? Nope. Your phone records? Nope. Your position in the world? What websites you visit? Nope. No Fourth Amendment protections because the case law says you waived your right to an expectation of privacy because another company other than you has the data. What the hell? We need digital protections of our rights the same way that we fought so hard for analog protections of our rights. If your snail mail is protected, your email should be protected. If your house is protected, your cell phone should be protected. Let's say someone wanted to see some pictures of you naked. Which of these locations are they more likely to find those pictures? Your search history. Your Google search history knows more about you than you do. Have you ever used Google Translate for a receipt? You ever Google your own name? Now Google knows where you are by IP address, where you are by physical address, what you buy, who you talk to, who else in the world cares to search who you are, when you're online, what websites you go to. If you use Gmail, it's even worse. You don't have to leak personal info into their search box. They just read all your email by default and make whatever marketing decision they choose with it. We see that Mr. John Smith here sends lots of emails about keyboards. I guess we'll start marketing keyboards to him in the banners and text ads we show him. Better watch that paste. Maybe you copied more than you thought you did, and now you have basically sent all the data to Google. There better not be any naked pictures of yourself in there, perhaps doing something illegal. Say if you were doing something gay in a country where being gay was punishable by death. You better hope that Google box was SSL encrypted and you weren't being man in the middle, hacked with one of those fake other SSL certificates that governments like to get so they can get in the middle of all your secure connections with their real certificate used for evil purposes. What's that? You don't inspect every SSL cert on every page you visit to see if there's actually an evil cert in between you and who you think you are talking to? And even if you did try to check, how easy is it for you to know which certificates are real and which are fake? Game theory. Name the names. There is a mistake in not naming individual names. The cloak of anonymity that allows people to post absolutely insane, trollish, and inflammatory comments on internet comment sections all over the internet is the same cloak of anonymity that people in positions of power use to feel more comfortable doing poor jobs or acting against the best interests of the public, because who really cares? It's not that they personally did it, it's that the SEC did it. And what are you going to do now? Not invite the SEC over for dinner anymore? The same goes for elections. When they say that the Supreme Court ruled in a certain way on an issue, many news outlets don't go into the detail of which specific justices ruled the specific way and why. This is a shame, because it doesn't take advantage of our human innate desire to be liked by our peers, and therefore to not screw our peers over too heavily. Borders. There should be Miranda rights for border crossing. If you're going to have fair execution of human rights at borders, and if you're going to consider borders about 50% of the land mass that contains 50% of the population of the United States, then it shouldn't be a constitution-free zone. There should be Miranda rights so that people aren't accidentally waiving their rights against their own best interest, and particularly since this is an obvious violation of mass surveillance treaties that we've signed as parties to the United Nations. Chapter 12, Technology. Virtual reality, VR. I think VR is garbage. You take what would be a decent visual experience and stretch it across your field of vision until it's nice and pixelated. Then you cut that crap resolution in half by giving each eye its own individual feed. Now that you've got the resolution lowered by 10-fold or so, you can induce sickness with lag, head tracking inaccuracy, and poorly executed strobing to reduce blur. Now that you're sickly, enjoy the screen-doored world. You can enjoy the face sweat and not being able to find your beverage in the real world. I can live with everything but the screen door. Copyism and digital rights. Robots. In a world where more and more machines are going to be able to do more and more people's jobs better than they ever could hope to do them, it is those that can afford to buy a machine that will become wealthy, and everyone else, well, unless you live in Scandinavia, you're pretty much screwed because you will be unemployable. The rich are getting richer faster than the poor are. The gap is widening. You should check out this amazing television series that aired in the 80s called Connections by James Burke. You would be amazed at the ways the world has truly progressed on the backs of other unrelated inventions, as well as how many things have been invented by mistake. When you look at the world and its progress as a way that we all grow from others' growth, then you look at population increases to increase the rate of amplification of others' discoveries. I like more people, not less. This whole time, I've been looking at the Catholic Church as evil because of their no condom policy. How funny would it be that, because of that, police and the likely population increases that it is responsible for in the world, that we actually end up better off 25 years from now, and a perhaps 15-year period of suckage because we are able to figure out how to educate and feed everyone and house. And the extra humans are around to be able to take advantage of that because they're 24 years old now. Because 24 years ago, the Catholic Church was preaching stupid yet population increasing ideas. We can look at these examples of peak horse population in, say, 1921, or 8-track players, or vacuum tubes, or any way that you used to do something to get things done that you now use a different way. How about abacuses, typewriters, or wheelbarrows that are used today? Interesting story. Apparently, the wheelbarrow in China beats the crap out of the European wheelbarrow, but for some reason, the European one is still popular in America and Europe. I guess Jerry Seinfeld said it best in regards to some persistent ideas, like chopsticks. The fork is around, but they're sticking with it. The moral of the story is nearly every technological advancement is called an advancement and not a change, because it's better for the world. If you think that screwing up the technical advances of the planet so you can keep your job is the right way to do things, screw you. It used to take lots of people to bleach clothes. Then someone invented bleach. Thus, there are some jobs that are going to be the last to go. Those people will do things that the computers and machines and robots find hardest to do. Everyone knows it's coming. It's inevitable. 100 years ago, they thought it would come faster than it did. In the 1950s, they thought the year 2000 would be an amazing year. Shiny clothes, flying cars, and robots serving our drinks and cleaning up. Those guys had some great ideas. Turns out lots of the stuff they thought up is actually really hard to do. Seems like right now the best we've got is a robotic vacuum cleaner. There's a pretty funny set of photos on the internet of what happens when the Roomba meets rather wet dog crap and a lady that Roomba tried to eat while she was sleeping. It is not a pretty sight. If you can save up some cash and buy your own robot replacement or some shares in a company that owns the robot that will replace you, then you have a future. If you can't, you better hope the government comes and saves you. Websites. People that visit websites want a specific thing. You can tell what that thing is by eye tracking and time on page, etc. It's very likely most web pages are more confusing than they are useful to the people visiting. I wanted to find some good speech recognition software. What I found were tons of giant megacorp sites that said to try calling for pricing. No prices listed, and no way at all to differentiate one from the masses of other crappy megacorp websites I hit. Did I call all the nearly identical competitors? Nope. I got right out of there and on with my life because I don't have time to become a sales lead for your crappy sales processing, hidden prices, and hidden features. Screw you. Differentiate or die. It's not my job to figure out why I should give you my money. It's your job to tell me why I should give you my money. I am not your sales team. As a universal principle, Google knows what you really want from a site because they know what you searched for, and depending on how much data your Chrome or Android is leaking, they can tell how long you spent on the site. They might be able to tell just by analyzing other behaviors you might have on their system that could tell them at least that you are not reading the site that you clicked because you're busy typing an email in Gmail in another browser on a small enough screen that you couldn't see both at the same time. Anyway, with all that data about what people are looking for and what they're clicking, if you're using Google Analytics, the websites you are visiting know. If Google was nice enough, they could alert all the website owners of the world which of their pages appeared to be rather useless, which of their pages were useful, and where people were spending the most time on the page. This would allow the world to cull lots of crappy content. It would allow more people in the world to find the information they were actually looking for. Someone somewhere should be notifying all the crappy companies and crappy websites that they are junk and they should feel bad, or perhaps something more motivational. You get the idea. There's lots of junk out there, and we'd all be better off if it weren't that way. Computer stupidity. What's more likely? You're the only person that uses your computer, and when you upgrade it, being able to copy-paste your programs and settings in a single directory to your new computer is awesome? Or that you need to scatter your programs and files in hidden directories all over the place, and now upgrading is damned hard. Screw the impossibility of upgrading. All apps should be portable apps. When more users use the same install separately from each other, then we would have a reason to use the existing terrible model. Needing to replace all the computer's parts when screens, mice, and keyboards rarely change, but CPUs, memory, and hard drives change rapidly is quite stupid. Tech improvement. More things should collapse and expand. For instance, the videos uploaded section on a YouTube channel should be easy to assign to categories and not need to update to a playlist all the time. And why not treat the world as sortable by its relevant descriptions like files in a computer? Cost, size, weight, rating, date, etc. I don't know how the playlist function actually works, but it seems to be a mass of data with no drill down and poor sorting by 2 clicks of a hidden drop-down instead of all options available like a file explorer window. Chapter 13. Futuristic Ideas. Focus control. Real-world ad blocking. One day, if we have glasses that can do augmented reality, they could detect and block ads in real time so that you block the irritating ads of the real world the same way that you can block the irritating ads on the internet. Weather data. If weather data is observed using digital sensors and is actually an analog property, then wouldn't it be intelligent to use an A to D converter to turn the data of the temperature sensor into bits that could be put through a DAC and turned into real waveform that was truthful to the measurements of temperature? This would make it easier to discover the shape of the heat energy under the curve. Thus, it would be nice to see a Nyquist limit theory of sampling frequency that would be most accurate for turning the digital measurements of the analog heat data so that we would see changes of heat energy in analog shapes on our screens instead of a stupid graph which is nearly impossible to make intuitive sense with by looking at it. If you didn't understand what that meant, music is the movement of air pressure. Temperature is the movement of molecules. Sound and temperature are real-world things that we measure. Sound is frequency and amplitude, and temperature is just temperature. So we take those measurements and we turn them into bits. We turn music into waves and MP3s, but poor old temperature, it just gets turned into crappy Excel sheets. Why isn't temperature shown as a waveform like sound? There is no difference between showing the frequency and volume of sound on a wave plot or graph and doing the same with temperature, except it's easier because there's only one thing to measure. Well, you could include humidity and wind, I guess. The point is, the resolution that we have to look at temperature data is far too low for the digital sensors that we use to measure it. Disproving and improving ideas. In theory, you could take a book and issue all of its thesis and statements on a wiki or forum and allow discussions on them. If the discussion was able to disprove or provide improvements for certain language or ideas, then you'd kind of have a crowdsourced version of the book that was new and improved. Whereas if you leave the ideas up to one or two people in one or two random places and watch them fall flat on their face, it's worse. In theory, if you wrote a terrible book, everyone should log on and demolish your book. And if you were an honest person, you could go ahead and say, hey, I was wrong about everything, and I learned how to be right, and here's what it looks like, and here's why we think so. And if you don't agree, we'll see you on round 3 of the book. Even with a subject as time-honored as atheism, I've never seen a book that systematically disproves it. The 4 horsemen of the atheist movement were Dan Dennett, Sam Harris, Chris Hitchens, and Richard Dawkins. Hitchens' well-received book was called God is Not Great. Sure as hell was not mathematical. I'll tell you that it's more anecdotal if anything. It had a lot of silly appeals to emotion in there, like, don't believe in God because if he does exist, he's a mean prick. Pretty emotional, doesn't sound so logical. Maybe pricks are great. Maybe your judgment on pricks is inaccurate. Then we have Sam Harris's Letter to a Christian Nation. As far as I'm concerned, I think it can be done better. Maybe I'm the guy to do it better. Or maybe conquering that stupidity isn't as good as attacking pro-aging trance nonsense. Book updates and wiki for classics. Why is it that books are never really updated? For instance, the book How to Win Friends and Influence People hasn't been updated. Then you take the classics. Shouldn't someone go write the opposite of the classic if the classic is a piece of trash? If Karl Marx writes the Communist Manifesto and you are of the opinion that it's a flaming piece of crap, why don't you write your demolishment of it? Or, if not, referencing it? Here's my opposite of that. If a book is more popular than your book, then you're better off assuming the opposite position and putting yourself in the same popular mind space as opposed to trying to create your own separate mind space that people may not understand as a refutation of the other one. Because people read a finite number of books, usually far less than we would all hope, and they just might not get around to yours. Better that they are both on the bookshelf and they pick the one that has better views, a better cover, a better summary of content, if they're smart enough to look at that table of contents. In summary, I think that any book worth writing is worth updating constantly as new information comes to light. It's a tragedy that it's not done. I think many of the classics should be revisited for accuracy now that we have wikis. If you could have a wiki for knowledge, could you not have a wiki for refining the salesmanship for certain ideas? Shouldn't there be a capitalist wiki that says, this is why capitalism is awesome? At some point, if the arguments were refined enough, you could almost make a chain of proof that says, yeah, this beats that, but I've never really seen this type of thoughtful discourse. Power of reputation systems. The power of feedback systems and reputation systems and finding the maximum number of places to implement them. I bet if you made a graph of human beings by success level, good luck actually estimating what someone's success level is. Maybe it's something like body fat adjusted for age and income adjusted for age. I don't know what else would be easy to measure. I wonder what the shape of the chart would look like by success on the x-axis. I think it'd be a giant bell curve because they're ubiquitous. Fancy word for everywhere. That means basically that it's pretty hard to super fail and it's pretty hard to super win. By pretty hard, I mean really. One person cuts, one person chooses. Distributed systems. Laser imagining to blueprint. Interesting idea. Laser imagining to blueprint where the eyebrows should go, where dental implants should be placed. Too much is left up to change. We can measure people better and place things better without random measurement inaccuracy. The intelligence of machines is not artificial. Why is artificial intelligence called artificial? Perhaps machine intelligence is a better term. I think intelligence is pretty damn common among non-humans. If you are capable of separating out the emotional aspects of intelligent, chemicals and complex reactions seem to figure out how to find each other and do cool stuff without much in the way of motive. Is that intelligence? How intelligent are plants? How intelligent is the tide? I just think that to call the study of intelligence in machines artificial is a little misleading. Transhumanists. I don't identify as a transhumanist. How stupid is that? Transcend humanity? How about we just get humanity right first? How about we at least be human properly first before we talk about beating it? Let's try actually doing humanity right before we try to transcend it, which, by the way, as far as I'm concerned, is just about to destroy it. Maybe you're okay with whatever shows up after. Maybe what shows up after it is better, but if you transcend humanity, you definitely aren't human anymore. You're basically an alien at that point. Screw futurism, screw transhumanism, screw immortalists. You can't identify with these crappy terms. They're not actionable, they're too hard to understand, and they're full of crap, and they're often wrong. Predictions. Don't assume that the future looks like the linear extrapolation from today, for progress itself is progressing. Therefore, since we don't understand exponentiality so well, the future will be a lot more different than you think it will be. Of course, that's what they thought about the robots in the 50s, too. I guess we'll amend that statement to say, for things where our predictions have been accurate over some period of time, they're likely to continue to be accurate. And for things where predictions were inaccurate, they're likely to remain inaccurate. Elon Musk is quoted as saying that he has more confidence in his predictions, where he was proven to underestimate things repeatedly. Multi-use software. It's funny that you don't see software do more of that everything approach instead of a single thing approach. Why doesn't someone make if this then that? Manage your life for you type software, you know? Are you fat? Yes. Okay, then here's the diet website you're going to read. Have you finished reading the site? If you can get a human being to comply with a list of programmed instructions and then maybe if this then that kind of system, then I guess you could create better humans through following orders. I don't want to say computation, but I guess that's what computation is. Better humans through computation, like software that does a much broader set of things. Self-driving cars. Improve the roads and get self-driving cars to work easier by getting RFID signaling out on all the roads. We could perhaps use some GPS encoding against a private key for a car to know that it's not being lied to about a placed marker. Or the markers could hash chain each other and alert when there's a break in the chain. Chapter 14. Science. Science is broken. If half the papers published produce results that can't be replicated, then lots of scientists are screwing up. At least remove the harking, hypothesizing after the results are known. Publish more of what hasn't worked and isn't interesting to save others from unknowingly going down the same dead ends. Sadly, if the science is so bad as to be unreplicable, then who cares if you publish or not, as you were 50-50 wrong anyway? The math could be better, however, the idea stands that bad science can and is being done to the detriment of the world. Thinking you know a thing and being wrong about it is worse than thinking you do not know a thing and being accurate in your estimation. Science is getting worse because you can't reproduce half the study's results. The problem is there's no reward in publishing the things you didn't find, which makes little sense to me, for how shall the next person know you didn't find it and prevent himself from doing the same work? We should focus on science saving people instead of just medicine. Doctors apply what researchers create. Researchers create with fancy computers, machines, imaging, chemicals, compounds, you name it. Lots and lots of non-medical science goes into nearly all the things that the medical industry considers progress. There is no medical progress without general scientific progress. General scientific progress is the tide that raises all ships. Obviously, we can influence which parts of the science get focused on to be more useful to the medical fields. There's also all kinds of side benefits from great science that improves the quality of life that you just can't get by focusing on medicine alone. You really can't forget the engineers, businessmen, legal systems, and salesmen that allow all these great things to reach you. If you are making a Rate My Sandwich app, though, screw you. I hope you find a more empowering and fulfilling use for your creative skills. Getting people to invest in longevity. Getting people to donate 5% of their savings for longevity research should get you into a member of a club where you get discounts other people don't get. Why not? It's free for the companies, right? The guys that started the longevity movement, they had something called the 300 Club. The 300 Club was like, look, we need some money. Give us some money. We're a pretty good name in this club. You'll be a member of the 300 people that tried to actually do something. You'll go down in history as important. I can't name any I want to list. I can't remember how much money they gave, but it just seemed to me like something that wasn't compelling enough. Artificially limiting that number to 300, it didn't work. I became a member of it. It might have cost about $12,000 or something. Chapter 15. Religion. Street preachers. This one is always fun when you meet street preachers. Have you heard about the 10, not 11, and not 9 commandments? Did you ever hear what they were? Give the next street preacher or religious person a little quiz and ask them what the 10 commandments are. I've never had anyone actually get more than 8 of them. You have to ask them, if God cared about these 10 things to make them his exclusive list of commandments, and you're out here trying to influence and through influence control the world, perhaps you should revisit your knowledge base and learn what it is you're trying to teach. Mind you, I think the 10 Commandments are a pretty terrible way to try and instill ethics in people. First, there aren't 10 of them. What? How can that be? Well, there's 17 statements in 2 different books that people have grouped into 10 in different ways, and they argue about it quite a bit. There's not even actually 10, but you could choose one of the interpretations, I guess, and then you could run with that. Religions don't spend much time doing anti-other religions stuff. Have you ever noticed that religions seem to be doing great without any anti-other religion pushes? Like they don't hand out guidebooks on why other religions are so stupid that I've seen. Well, they do kind of kill you in Islam if you switch, so maybe being gratuitously unfair does work. Be white light. Don't try to cancel out some other tint of light by canceling it out. Bullshit generates faster than anti-bullshit. Choose your battles. Atheism and deism are just means to an end. If you can be a great person doing either of these things, that's what matters. Arguing about which one is right isn't as good as reaching good ends, unless they're taking too much of your time. The world has been kicking a fair amount of ass with these crappy things in place. Impact percentage. The mission here is to get the minimum backlash. This has been covered again and again for quite literally thousands of years, and I believe covered at least to about 60% as well as it can be covered. I will not accept less impact and influence in the 85% of the world that's religious by breaking their desire to listen by selling some junk they're unlikely to believe or actually adopt. If there's a hot button issue, this is it. If there's a thing that is not only hot button but can get you literally death threats, this is kind of it. If you mention that which must not be named. Golden Rule origin. If the Golden Rule is the best we got, then why are we assigning it to Christianity if he didn't invent it? And if he didn't invent it, doesn't that just mean he's imitating the religion that preceded him? Narrator's note: the following is an excerpt from a Wikipedia article on the Golden Rule. According to Simon Blackburn, although the Golden Rule can be found in some form in almost every ethical tradition, the rule is sometimes claimed by Christianity as its own. The Golden Rule has been attributed to Jesus of Nazareth, who used it to summarize the Torah. Do to others what you want them to do to you. This is the meaning of the law of Moses and the teaching of the prophets. Matthew 7, verse 12, NCV. See also Luke 6:31. The common English phrasing is do unto others as you would have them do unto you. A similar form appeared in a Catholic catechism around 1567, certainly in the reprint of 1583. The Golden Rule is stated positively numerous times in the Hebrew Pentateuch, as well as the prophets and writings. Leviticus 19:18. Forget about the wrong things people do to you, and do not try to get even. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Leviticus 19:34. But treat them just as you treat your own citizens. Love foreigners as you love yourselves, because you were foreigners one time in Egypt. I am the Lord your God. The Old Testament deuterocanonical books of Tobit and Sirach, accepted as part of the scriptural canon by the Catholic Church, Eastern Orthodoxy, and the non-Chalcedonian churches, express a negative form of the Golden Rule. Do to no one what you yourself dislike. Tobit 4:15. Recognize that your neighbor feels as you do, and keep in mind your own dislikes. Sirach 31:15. At the time of Hillel, an elder contemporary of Jesus of Nazareth, the negative form of the Golden Rule was already proverbial among Second Temple Jews. When asked to sum up the entire Torah, he answered, "That which is hateful to you, do not do to your fellow. That is the whole Torah. The rest is the explanation. Go and learn." Two passages in the New Testament quote Jesus of Nazareth espousing the positive form of the rule. Matthew 7:12, do to others what you want them to do to you. This is the meaning of the law of Moses and the teaching of the prophets. Luke 6:31, do to others what you would want them to do to you. A similar passage, a parallel to the Great Commandment, is Luke 10:25-28. 25. And one day an authority on the law stood up to put Jesus to the test. Teacher, he asked, what must I do to receive eternal life? What is written in the law? Jesus replied. How do you understand it? He answered, love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Love him with all your strength and with all your mind. And love your neighbor as you love yourself. You have answered correctly, Jesus replied. Do that and you will live. The passage in the book of Luke then continues with Jesus answering the question, who is my neighbor? By telling the parable of the Good Samaritan, indicating that your neighbor is anyone in need. This extends to all, including those who are generally considered hostile. Jesus' teachings go beyond the negative formulation of not doing what one would not like done to themselves to the positive formulation of actively doing good to another that, if the situations were reversed, one would desire that the other would do for them. This formulation, as indicated in the parables of the Good Samaritan, emphasizes the need for positive action that brings benefit to another, not simply restraining oneself from negative activities that hurt another. Taken as a rule of judgment, both formulations of the Golden Rule, the negative and positive, are equally acceptable. In one passage of the New Testament, Paul the Apostle refers to the Golden Rule. Galatians 5:14. For all the law is fulfilled in one word, even in this, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Something similar in idea but very different is that pay on to Caesar what is Caesar's, or to that effect, allowed Christians to avoid lots of conflict. The earliest documented version of this comes from ancient Egypt. In the story of the eloquent peasant, you find the proverb, "Now this is the command, do the doer to make him do." This concludes the audio narration of 15 Ways to Fix the World by Richard Hart. Narrator's note: you may find the text of this book as well as further reading sections at t.me/SciVive. Search for the number 15 in the Files section. If you don't already, please consider following Richard Hart on Twitter at RichardHartWin, also on Instagram at RichardHartOfficial. If you have found value in this audio narration, please consider donating via the wallet address in the description below, or consider becoming a patron of A Wild SJ. You can do so at patreon.com/AWildSJ. Thank you for listening.